before you, and I lift my hands and I surrender everything I am. I call you knowing that you come.
Well, hello everyone, and welcome back to my channel. This is Lady Freedom here, coming at you with another raw narrative. It's so good to be here with you guys tonight, and thank you all so much for joining the stream. Excuse me, I still am a little bit congested, so I apologize. And plus, this, gets me emotional. I've been thinking about Chris's alibi, working on a video, but I also kind of get sidetracked a little bit because I have been getting a lot of different examples of just a bunch of crap, really, from Chris Proudfoot. But also, I think it's important to kind of keep going over some of this because there was a lot of things that were said. Um, I did want you guys to hear that song, and thank you guys in the chat. It really gets my heart, for Sebastian. Just knowing that he had to go through what he had to go through, and then no one wants to listen. um I think a lot of us grew up with the way of, don't talk about family business and, these types of things. um as we've evolved as humans, I think that we've realized that it's important to discuss hot topics like this, and talk about it. And thank you, Cinderella, and hey, Stacy, and also Pixie Girl is here. Hey, Pixie Girl and Bo. Hello, my PTSD. So good to see you. And thank you very much also. And Brenda Calvert, good to see you. And Stephanie Williams. Sorry, guys, I didn't get to shout you all out in the chat, but I wanted to just say hello here. And hello, Seth. Good to see you. And Gail is here too. Good to see you too, Gail. And thank you guys all so much for being here again. Hey, Janet. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning from South Africa. So good to see you. And little Miss Sharon is here. Hello, little Miss Sharon. Um, so I got a couple of these text messages on the fly. And our girl Lauren on Facebook is really tearing it up over on X. And so I was like, okay, I need to post some of these. Um, and I think I've played this song for Sebastian before. Um, and, it just kind of hits a little bit different knowing what we know now. Um, so, of course, let's kind of get into some of this in the video that I've created here. Just a statement today. And Lisa Romano is a great, she calls herself a breakthrough life coach, but she has really great, like, little quiz questions and different things, links to her videos. I'm subscribed to her. And she wrote this today or yesterday. Um, and it says, some children grow up with an unspoken rule: do not speak it, do not think it, and do not feel it. Right. And I grew up with two parents who had differences of opinion on this subject. So I knew that I could go to my mother and speak with her about anything the way I was feeling. Um, Sometimes she didn't agree with me, and she would put me in my place. But also, she was there to listen, and I knew that I could go to her and say how I felt. My dad, on the other hand, not a touchy feely kind of a guy. Not that he was, just heartless or anything, but he's a construction worker, or he was, when he was alive. And so, I kind of grew up with both of this, but there was also sort of an unwritten rule, right? That you don't kind of like speak out against things. And so I really felt this a lot. And I think that any of us that kind of grew up having to kind of stuff those feelings down, or if you did bring it up, you were scolded, or maybe you weren't believed, or maybe people just overlooked it and said, get over it. buck up, buttercup, right? Toughen up, any of those kind of cliche, you know, type statements, it can make you feel like you're not being heard and that you're not being validated, right? In some type of way. I mean, and some of us deal with it in different ways. Some of us do buck up and we say, okay, I'm going to toughen up and dry it up and, okay, I'm good. We get it. We get on with things. Some of us have the armor on and it's so, you know, it's kind of debilitating in a way because it doesn't let us be vulnerable. Um, and I think it's important to be vulnerable sometimes. Again, you don't want to overshare and you don't want to, share it with people who don't deserve to hear your story and who aren't going to care or validate, and that sort of thing. Um, and so that can be very difficult. And especially if you're going through trauma or you've been through so much trauma. Hello, Denise. Good to see you. Aw, thank you, Stephanie Williams. And so, I wanted to get into some of these subjects tonight and talk about it because I did, get some more information that we've shared here before. But it reminded me, right? Because Chris Proudfoot's always talking about how, you're going to be apologizing to me when the truth comes out. Well, every bit of truth that has come out has not looked good for Chris and Katie, right? It's very difficult now because if we're looking back on everything, knowing what we know now, it's a bit infuriating, in my opinion. Hello, Andrea. And so, oh yes, little Miss Sharon. Oh my gosh! And then I heard there was fires and smoke and all kinds of stuff as well. So, um, but I didn't know you guys were under advisory. My goodness. Um, so I kind of wanted to go over some of this stuff and put it in kind of a timeline form. But again, for the intents and purposes of the conversation tonight, I thought it would be good to kind of bring some of this in as a refresher because what we've gone over so far has been so much, right? It's a lot to take in. And so I just wanted to kind of reiterate that we're looking at an investigation um, into Sebastian back in September of 2022, and it spans through November of 2022, right? It all started in September when there was a call that came in at 6:33 p.m. and it was to the child abuse hotline. They did call it a priority 3 and there were the allegations of SA, but it was because Sebastian was having difficulties with what he was going through. But you can imagine that he would be because of who he was living with and what he was probably having to deal with. Again, it's not easy if you're having feelings and people are telling you not to have them, right? It makes it very difficult to reconcile those feelings, and it makes it very difficult to press on, even though we must, right? And I'm not saying that we have to dwell on things because that's not healthy either. But what I'm saying is if somebody's brave enough to come forward with their feelings, then we need to listen to them and we need to validate their feelings and find out what's going on because we really don't know how things are affecting people, right? And it's okay to not be okay. It's okay to feel bad, right? Marion, good to see you. It's okay to have those feelings and to not ignore them because a lot of times we will ignore our feelings, right? I've done it. I've been guilty of doing it too, where I'm like, "Ugh, I just can't deal with that right now, right? It's just too much. And I want to, just not think about it right now. I don't want to deal with it right now, right? There's times where you're just not okay with things. And it's okay to not be okay, especially when you're going through it. And that is going to be the most normal feeling, right? And then other feelings, when you're feeling like it's your fault, that is not your fault. And so that can be a bad feeling, right? That isn't healthy for you. And it's something that you got to work on. Because we all, if we've gone through trauma and we're being real with ourselves, will blame ourselves to a certain extent. We'll say, I should have done that, or I should have done this. I can't tell you how many times before I learned to be more assertive that, somebody might say something to me and it was a dig, right? And it was a little dig. And it was like, I knew it was a dig. And I was sitting later thinking about it, stewing about it, right? And I'm like, I should have said this. And I would have felt so much better. And I could have boomed that person out, right? I could have got them, right? But still, sometimes that doesn't make you feel better either. Sometimes it makes you feel worse. And you're like, damn, I shouldn't have stooped down to their level. Or, hey, I shouldn't have said that because now they know it pissed me off, right? Like they know they got me. Their dig worked, right? So, just as an example of some times where I've felt that way, right? And I'm like, I should have, oh, I wish I would have, and you can't take it back. You can't take back what you said in anger either. So it's a tricky thing. Brenda Calvert says, I've been infuriated for quite some time over how Sumner County Sheriff's Office has handled this case. I can't imagine how Seth is maintaining his composure. Well, and I agree with you there too, Brenda. And I'm right there with you with the frustration. This should never happen, especially to the level that we're seeing it. So many people knew what was going on in high positions of power and trust. And that's always super concerning to me. Of course, because what do we tell young people? We tell them, to trust the police, to go to them if you have an issue. But then, as we get older and some of us maybe have a bad experience or several, or we see a situation where a child is not being listened to or taken seriously, or they're leaving the child in the house to fend for themselves after they've just outed the family, right? Like if there's this rule, and in my opinion, it wasn't an unspoken rule. It was a very well known one. So I just kind of want to say that as well. Um, but the concept is important. So that's why I thought it was so great that Lisa Romano put that up, because I was like, wow, that's exactly what I was needing. I was thinking about this for so long, it was bothering me. But going back to Sumner County Sheriff's Office, I mean, they knew that Sebastian was going through it, and he was telling them. He was being honest with his feelings, and he was even being honest with him, like with his part and himself, and self reflection, self awareness. And the parents had zero, in my opinion. And on parents, I'm talking about Chris Stepfoot and Katie Proudfoot, right? They didn't have the self awareness to be like, look, you know what? Chris has lost his cool with Sebastian before, and that shouldn't be happening. But see, the real root of the situation is that Chris Proudfoot has been abusing kids for years. Okay? It's not something that's new. We've been told about it throughout the entire case. And it's like people fail to listen. They'll attack a child for coming forward. And it was very difficult for me to read the first time that we read through Nina's daughter sticking up for herself, her family, her mom, her little sister, her own feelings at that time. But we're going to read it again because she was brave enough to say it, and I should be okay enough to read it, right? But it really breaks my heart, because this little girl never deserved to deal with that and go through that. Hello, Sandy. So, and it will break you down, Stephanie. It will, because you start second guessing everything. right? You start second guessing yourself. You're like, am I being too much? Am I too sensitive? And it's like, well, hell no, you've really been through it. So no, you're not being too sensitive. You're doing, the way that we handle things, can be unhealthy. But I mean, if you're willing to ask for help, that is such a brave step forward, for your healing process. So, you know, I do that and think about it for hours either way. I hate it, right? My PTSD, I'm like that too. I mean, I've been like that too in the same way. And I'm sure I'll encounter someone who will catch me off guard, right? And people do that. You'll think that the person is a decent person and they go ahead and do something stupid or say something stupid. And it's like, whoa, really? And then you're pondering it later and you're like, oh my gosh, like, really? Did they really say that? And why would they say something like that? So, Sandy, I love your avatars always. We were not to take family issues outside the family. Exactly, my PTSD. Exactly. um it's there's shame attached to it. And I mean, nobody, let's be honest, everybody likes to put their best faces out there, right? The smiles. That was another great point that Smiley had made the other day too. um People will have tremendous amounts of pain behind those smiles, and I think we've talked about it here too. But it just really, again, it hits different, right, when we think about this, because um that's one reason why so many of us just love Sebastian so much, is he has the best smile, right? And his heart and how sweet he is and how kind he is and how he likes to help others and be of service to others, and how he treats people with respect. And um we can just see him when we see him at the Texas Roadhouse. It says a lot to me. And so that's where I kind of get that from. But also, Seth has told us a lot about Sebastian as well. And none of us are perfect, right? None of us are perfect people. None of us always know the right thing to do. And again, like, my PTSD and I were talking about, we go home and we think about it later, like, damn it, I should have said this, and things like that. So, um, yeah. Sandy says, I got so angry, guys, so angry and hurt, so scared for Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers. Yeah, Sandy. And I mean, I think if people aren't feeling that way, then I don't know what can make them understand. I don't. I really can't help them, like, I'm like, again, stay away from me. Like, be blessed, go on, live long and prosper, but get the fuck on, right? Because I don't need it around me, and I'm not gonna continue to debate stupid. I'm not gonna continue to debate insensitive people that just are never gonna get it. They just don't understand. They're part of the problem, not part of the solution. And we need to find Sebastian. We need to find him wherever he is, So, yes, exactly. Exactly. Even if it was DCH or CPS, whichever, can't they still be arrested? I mean, I think that they should be arrested. I think that if there is a new investigation, they will be. I have some faith left. But again, we are dealing with so much corruption and so much of that, good old boy system. And we also have the police who are also involved, the assistant district attorney that was heavily involved. Even the child advocacy center dropped the ball. I mean, these people, I don't understand it, because if you think about it, and I've said this about the police as well, when people are, young and they're thinking about their careers, even little kids, some people are like, I want to be a cop when I grow up, and they become a cop, right? Or some people say, I really want to help kids, and so I'm going to, go to school and be a social worker. I've known wonderful people who were social workers, but I've also encountered people who will do whatever they're told, right? And that's a big problem when they're having administrative meetings about Sebastian and his situation, and they're all collectively saying, "Yep, just close it out." And then he goes missing, and none of them come forward. Not a single one of them, to my knowledge, has come forward. Yes. Oh, yes. She has done a wonderful, an amazing job with her kids, Holly, and it has to have been so scary, and just never knowing when he's going to pop up and do something stupid again. Take her to court for something stupid. Um, it's no way to live. It really is no way to live, and the fact that in our society that's allowed to happen, the courts should never allow for that. The courts should never ever allow for that. And it's difficult, I understand, to know you know whose focus is in the best interests of the child, right? It's kind of like the old Bible story about who the fighting over the child, and the one that wasn't willing to cut the child in half, of course, loved the child more, right? Because they would rather the child be alive than having two pieces of a child who's not, right? And so it's just an example. And unfortunately, we don't want to try that in the courts, because there's some people out there that would cut the child in half. But they do it all the time, figuratively. These children are not in good shape. Excuse me, these children are not in good shape. They're the ones that suffer. Look at Nina's daughter. I mean, she's remembering this awful experience. It'll stick with her for the rest of her life. It changed her, I'm sure, right? Even if it wasn't so significant, but it changed the way she looked at how the world is, and that there's evil people in it, right? And we try to shield kids from that as long as we can. But it sucks, because you have to tell them to beware, to be leery. You have to tell them, right? But it steals their innocence, because they don't think that there's bad in the world, right? They're pure of heart. And when you have a disgusting human being like Chris Proudfoot and his mommy come into your life, and you see that the true evil that they're capable of as a child, that's going to stick with you forever, in my opinion. You know? Right? My PTSD. I feel like that only, except for there's a creator out there that does cry, and it makes me laugh, because I'm like, oh, there they go again. You know? Very strong and brave child. Oh, definitely. And a lot of people were being jackalopes, as my PTSD says, jackalopes about it. Right? They were being jackalopes, and they were doing all kinds of messed up stuff and talking all kinds of crazy crap. You know. So, I love you too, Jilly. Thank you so much for being here. Yeah, his eyes and his smile, exactly. And Stephanie, when I saw Sebastian in his Christmas, and I always say this, but well, there was a couple of things. One, in his Christmas pageant, right, and he's just having a ball, but then he realizes that his friend next to him needs some help, and he helps her fix her scarf. Um, just a sweet, kind person, right? You see it. It's what people are doing when they don't think anybody's looking, right? Obviously, he knew people were watching him, but you could tell that that was the furthest thing from his mind. What he was really focused on is that his friend needed some help, but then he wanted to get back in there, and you know perform in the pageant. Um, when he was playing tag with the other little kids, he was so nice about tagging them. When he smiles at the waitress, and is kind to her. When he talks, when he talked, Seth talked to the school resource officer, And Sebastian would ask how many tickets he's going to write out today, and that just always got me too. You know, it just shows his true colors. And when people show you their true colors, believe them, good, bad, or indifferent. Hello, Shadow. Good to see you. Hey, Detroit. So he didn't get those manners from stepmomster or mommy. Good job, Seth. Yeah, he gets that from you. Well, I mean, we saw that though. Katie was like, acting like she was the queen of Sheba or some crap at the dinner table, right? I used to hate waiting on people like that. It was the worst, and they were always bad tippers too, you know. They would always act like they were so much above you, and it's like, especially coming from someone with Katie, like Katie with her background and not really having anybody good as a friend, because good friends hold you accountable. Helped. My dad handled it usually. He'd get loud, and if you didn't get the lesson, it would become physical, either labor or punishment. But he did apologize to us when we became adults and he stopped drinking. Yeah, and I mean, my PTSD, I think that is a big factor when it comes to abuse. Because some people are nice and it's like a Jekyll and the Hyde, Jekyll and Hyde. They just add alcohol and you have a whole asshole right in front of you. Some people can handle it right better than others, but yeah, it's a big factor. And I'm glad he said he was sorry. I think I think as parents, we do look back, and I think if you do have a moment like that, you should tell your kids. I mean, I know I do. There's been times where I've seen like a TikTok and I'm like, oh my gosh, and I just, say, hey, I love you, and things like that to my daughter just out of the blue. You know, it's important, and you want them to remember that you love them. Um, and being a parent isn't easy. We don't get like a whole handbook that tells us what to do, that's for sure. People are not smart. They still don't think they did anything to Sebastian. Yeah, it's like total denial, Sandy. It's total denial, and that's why I can't with that. That's why I can't, because it's one thing to be argumentative and defiant against Seth because maybe you don't like his personality or something like that. But to do that to Sebastian and invalidate his feelings and what he went through, I mean, we're listening to his feelings from his own words. That's undeniable. Hey Peggy, it's undeniable. And for people to do that to him again, it's insult to injury, in my opinion. And I mean, it's never too late for karma. So, remember that what you're putting out into that world is going to come right back on you. That's all I can really say about that. And maybe that might make them think, but I doubt it. Because, like you said, you can't fix stupid. Uh, my PTSD says, well, didn't one DCS worker step out of their position that she held when Sebastian's case? But that doesn't count as stepping up, does it? Nice try, nasty people. Well, I mean, there may have been workers that decided because of this situation they no longer want to do it. I mean, it would cause me to not want to do. Like if they were going to close a case like that and I was a social worker, I don't even know if I could stick around one more day. I mean, I would have to change my way of thinking, you know. So, I just watched the video of the letter that Faith's sister wrote to CB. Thank you so much for putting it together for us. Oh, you're welcome, Detroit. Thank you. I still have tears in my eyes and my heart. You did a great job. Aw, thank you, Detroit. It's so sad, like just thinking what those little kids had to be feeling in that moment. And again, just think about that all happened outside of the police station. So, I mean, that's going to give them a negative connotation or view of the police. And that's the last thing we want little kids to think or feel, you know? Why aren't they helping us, you know? And I'm just so surprised that it's been able to go on for so long, you know? Yeah, he likes to torment and terrorize them. Yes, exactly. And I'd have been completely freaked out too, Holly. I mean, no doubt. Aw, thanks, my PTSD. Yeah, Marion says my childhood has affected me 62 years later. And, sometimes it's hard for us to even go there, you know? We all have stuff, and it's hard for us to even go there, you know? Aw, Marion says, I'm so proud of Sebastian for speaking up. Thank God someone was there to listen. Yeah, I agree. And we're all here for Sebastian now, you know? Aw, thank you, Detroit. And that's the thing, I hope he knows that he has people who care about him, and that no matter what these nasty people try to blame on him, we're never going to believe them. I certainly don't. I will never believe a word that comes out of their mouth, although there are some truth in their lies. There are some truths in there, which, I'm trying to kind of get us together alive too about that, because there's a few things even excuse me, that's been cited in this paperwork here that, Chris jumbled up his stories, not Sebastian, not Sebastian. They jumbled up the story, like, hitting Sebastian with the bell. And that's why Chris was telling Nancy Grace, well, that didn't turn into a CPS service call. Well, it's not a service call. And they should have never been there to serve you, because they certainly weren't serving Sebastian by closing out those cases. They didn't do a follow up to see that he was in proper counseling. I mean, I don't care if he's at Vanderbilt or what. I don't care. That doesn't mean he's getting the proper care he needs, and nobody followed up about it. And furthermore, no one told his dad. And that was the biggest shit response, in my opinion. Hello, Scranton. Drive safe. Thank you for being here. Exactly. Alcoholism has been a big trauma inducer in most all aspects of my life. Heck, I think family judge and DHS all drinking their meals, Mad Dogs in the water cups. You'd be surprised on how many of those people are really bad into alcoholism because of their job, and it's tough and everything, and self medicating, and it's surprising how many of them just get pickled. Um, so but I mean, if you're doing it for the money, and you're doing it because you want notoriety and positive accolades, but really you're not doing anything but harming a situation. I mean, I probably have to drink my breakfast, lunch, and dinner to deal with that. Gail says, I can't wait till the poo hits the fan, and I hope it's pointed at CP and KP. Well, I mean, I would imagine that it's going to be, because I don't see them continuing on to stick up for them, unless they all double down and just, maybe stick together. But I mean, then they're all going down, because it's undeniable, what's happened. So that's right. Exactly, Scranton. I'll text them out of the blue and just tell them how proud I am of them, and how I thank God for letting me be their mom. Oh, exactly, Scranton. My kids are very, my kids are every single thing to me. And see, I think that's why all of us get along so well, because I think us moms can relate to that, absolutely. We'd do anything for our kids, and we wouldn't let a man come in and even take our cat, tell us to get rid of our cat, for crying out loud. So no worries. I'm so glad you're here too, Chili. That's great. Yeah, and I know I see in the bushes a lot too, except for sometimes, like I was in the bushes and Smiley, she drew me out with a question though. I said, "Oh, I got to put a one in the chat for that." It was a good question though. So Yeah, and it is very traumatizing. And hello, Miss Ann, so good to see you. I saw you on Facebook today. I was on Facebook briefly. I realized I need to make a bigger presence on Facebook. Um, so I don't think so. I think they're just stirring the pot behind the scenes. As far as I know. So, oh, I believe that too. Yes. Ebb said more judges than you think use the nose candy in the chambers. Yeah. I mean, they're people too, and that's another thing I think that we really need to recognize is that just because somebody's in a high ranking position doesn't mean they're not a human. They're not a human, and they make mistakes, or they can be corrupted. We can all be corrupted. um it's just you know part of it. It's in my opinion, why we have free will, right? I mean, we got to make the choice, and we're supposed to make the right choice. And if we make the choice, we're going to have a consequence, whether it's positive or negative, that comes along with it. um and that sucks. Sometimes, because it's hard to make the right decision. Sometimes it's a no-brainer, sometimes it's like, man, that's a really tough one. And it is tough, and I'm not saying it isn't. Look, like I said, you have a lot of people that are just raring to go and can't wait to join whatever profession they've worked so hard to join, and then to find out there's so much corruption that you're not helping. You're part of the problem, you're not the solution. That's got to be very tough to handle. um, you know so we know that Sebastian was dealing with some trauma and struggling with some behaviors after he moved to the Sumner County School District. Um, and he was placed in a behavioral program at Schaefer Middle School, right? So they were working with Sebastian on a lot of this stuff, but it was still affecting him, because I think that, again, when you have this layered trauma, it's hard to get over the one trauma if you're dealing with other trauma, right? It's like a never ending thing then. And it's just one of those things that is going to make it harder to heal if you're dealing with a step foot like this, right? And now it says, critically, the intake documented that Sebastian stated that he was afraid of his stepfather, Mr. Chris, right? And let's not forget that Chris Proudfoot was bragging to Smiley on Smiley Stories World about Sebastian calling him Mr. Chris, right? He does not call me father. He does not call me dad. He calls me Mr. Chris. And, I think a lot of us were like, what? Mr. Chris? Really? Oh gosh. Because for one, it's so impersonal. Now, if you have, I'll say, like a 12 or 13-year-old boy who is meeting a stepfather figure for the first time, and you're just meeting someone, then you may call them Mr. Chris at first, right? Out of respect. It could be a respectful thing. Um, and so I don't knock that, but it's just, again, we know him as Mr. Chris. So when we see it in the paperwork, we're like, oh, there's Mr. Chris, right? Because I always thought that was so impersonal. Um, and Sebastian was a young guy, 7 or 8 when they got together. So you would think that he may have like some kind of an endearing name for him, or he just might call him his stepdad. That's my stepdad. But Mr. Chris always seemed just impersonal and kind of cold, and not as caring as you would want. So um it stands out to me, but this is documented. that he was afraid of Mr. Chris and what he would do if he found out. And he says that he is afraid he will, quote, get hurt, right? End quote, for telling an adult what happened. And again, that stands out to me so much because why should you be afraid of getting hurt, right? Like maybe you might get scolded, or maybe somebody will be like, don't tell, right? But getting hurt is a different level. And to have to be scared that if you tell how you're truly feeling, that you would get hurt, it's just very, very concerning, to say the least. And it's sad. It breaks my heart for Sebastian. Um, the intake further noted that the stepfather had used corporal punishment on Sebastian several times before, and it's unknown if he knows about the abuse or he will react or blame Sebastian, right? But there had to have been some kind of an inkling. Hey, Tony, there had to be some kind of an inkling that Chris would have blamed Sebastian, acted badly. And that might be from past experiences of Mr. Chris reacting badly, or a fear of his reaction. And also, there had to be some blaming in the past for Sebastian to wonder if he would be blamed, right? And that's a horrible situation to be in when you have trauma that is not your fault, and then you have to worry about some ignoramus coming along and blaming you, right? Because that is not anybody's fault when that stuff happens. It's just not. It's the perpetrator's fault. Um, and I agree. It's the walking on eggshells part, Holly, definitely. Um, so so it's just, yeah, it's terrible. Oh, Stacy Michelle, so good to have you on the Dragon Tribe, and welcome to the Dragon Tribe. Thank you so much for becoming a new member. Yay, we'll do a little party. I still have to do parties. We got to get a party loaded in here. I just haven't done that yet. But I really appreciate it so much. Thank you. Gail says, so these are just two of the five DCS cases on the Proudfoots in the lawsuit against Sumner County Sheriff's Office and DCS. Correct. Yes. Yes, Gail. There are some more that are still out there. Two more that we don't really have direct knowledge about, but we know that they were what caused um, the referral to Bledsoe. Excuse me, because that came after all of this. And then also there was one more that was opened allegedly in February of 2024 that's still open to this day. So, and no one knows anything about it. So, oh yeah, Sandy, you got that right. You got that right. He doesn't deserve that title. Well, and it's hard to respect somebody like this, you know? Oh, and also, Stacy, if you would like to join the Discord because it's a member perk, please send me an email. I just like to make sure that I know everybody that's in there, just because, you know, that way less chances for stuff to ensue. Okay, so right here we have on October 17th, 2022, Ritchie conducted another administrative review and updated the case, noting that Boswell had seen the child, right, Sebastian, and that he did not want to talk about what happened in California, and the family was moving, and the efforts to contact them had been unsuccessful. Okay. So again, they tried to make the contact with the family. And once they did, finally on October 27th, there was a home visit that was done by Laura Boswell. And um, Katie stated that she, quote, does not understand why this keeps getting called into DCS. And this part, again, I just caught it yesterday when we were reading through it, and I'm like, doesn't understand why this keeps getting called into DCS. So I wanted to kind of point that out and just put it out there again, because I don't know if there were more DCS cases, or if Sebastian had maybe brought it up before, because we all know that, again, Katie is saying the abuse happened when he was 8, right? And that there was another child involved. Allegedly, he was 13. She stated CPS detectives were involved in El Cajon City. So, again, that could be what she's talking about, right? Why does this keep getting called into DCS? Well, because it was already called in El Cajon City in California. So, again, I would have to say that it shows me that there was a spoken rule, and that maybe Sebastian was told before that you are not to, talk about this. Don't think about it. Don't feel it. Don't, I don't want to hear about it, kind of a thing. Like, why does this keep happening? Oh, well, I don't know why this keeps on happening. Right. Um, Rosebud says, I would assume the open one E had to provide due to him missing. That had to be done because of prior reports. That is standard protocol, I believe. Well, I used to think that perhaps that's what it was too, but I'm not so sure, especially because of what the neighbors were alleging, and also what Tony had said when he spoke with Mr. and Mrs. E. Because I know that's what Chris Proudfoot said on Smiley, and he told Josh from the lab that, it's standard protocol for them to call CPS. I don't know that that's true though, because why would they call CPS on a missing child's case? There's no child to take out of the home. Now, if there were other children in the home, that would make sense to me. But since they don't seem to give a hoot about Faith or her going to stay with these people who have already had a child missing, um, it definitely makes me wonder. Um, it definitely makes me wonder. And also, why are they so adamant about Sebastian sleeping in the garage? Like, there was a lot of people that were saying that, and even Nancy was asking about the um, mattress out in the garage. Um, we know Chris was flying off the handle and scaring Sebastian further. We know that he was taking his underwear and replacing it with pull-ups and saying that he can only wear the pull-ups. Um, so he said he's getting harder to pretend it didn't happen. I wonder if he was told to pretend it didn't happen. I think that's a really good point, Sammy, and I wondered that too. And again, that's why this quote just resonated with me so much. Because yeah, it's like he already attempted to forget about it and pretend like it didn't happen. And we all know, especially us out there who have that deep trauma or complex trauma, um, it's you can't forget about it. If you have a good memory, or if you're the person that doesn't suppress those memories, good luck trying to forget it. And when it's right there, um, no matter how hard you try to pretend. But I get what you're saying completely, that, it seems like that was maybe a solution that was offered up that just was simply not working. Um, it was before he went missing, Detroit, to the best of my knowledge. Yeah. Yeah, it was right before he went missing. But see, they did do the assessment from March 1st to 5th, the FAST 2.0, because they already did the FAST assessment with um, with the 2023 incident of physical abuse. Um, but then they did another one after Sebastian went missing. And then the landfill search on March 7th. But I'm still trying to kind of work out that timeline because I think in that time frame between March 1st and the 5th is when Chris allegedly went to go get his fifth wheel. But I'm trying to make sure I piece that together properly. And of course, without people that are going to come out and be honest about their whereabouts, like Chris is not honest about his whereabouts, it makes it difficult to kind of pinpoint an accurate timeline. But again, I really believe that's by design. I think they've done that this whole time on purpose. And Sammy says, I think they have to notify CPS, but I don't believe that turns into a CPS report in the if the Proudfoot wants you to believe. Well, and I mean, I would have to agree because I mean now, like it makes me think of Summer Wells's case where there was other kids in the household, and so they called CPS because they had one missing, and then they had other children who were in the house. So, but since there was no other children in the house, um, and because they already had knowledge, I mean, that's the thing. I want everybody to continue to remember, even though I know it's tough because it's new information, that what's being alleged in these or excuse me, what's being alleged in these filings is that CPS and Sumner County Sheriff's Office were well aware. That's along with the child advocacy. That's along with the assistant district attorney. That is along with the CPIT team. I mean, Sebastian was being looked at and evaluated to see if he qualified for Title IV, and he did. So I just think that we have to continue to remember that because why are they going to call CPS when CPS is well aware? Why would they open a brand new report if CPS is well aware? That's the last thing they're going to do, right? Um, I think it's interesting that they did the assessment. I think it's interesting that they brought the 2.0 assessment in, type of a thing. So, you know, it is very interesting to me, that part. Okay, and again, this is Sebastian's missing flyer, and I know that the mods are so good about dropping the link for you to share digitally or to print it out. Um, so again, I just wanted to reiterate that Sebastian Wainwright Rogers was going through and had been dealing with a couple of issues like ADHD, right? Combined type ADHD, 6q27 chromosome deletion. He was taking medication called Concerta for the ADHD. He had an IEP and a behavioral plan and was starting therapy with Vanderbilt Psychiatry, and that was supposed to happen on November 3rd. Katie confirmed that Sebastian was also seeing a neurologist over at Vanderbilt, right? So, this part of it does remind me so much of Devlin Tate. Excuse me, Devlin Tate, and what he has been going through um, prior to, or what he went through, excuse me, prior to his disappearance. Because they had him in medical um, programs as well, and doctors and things like that. So I mean, I think he was threatened. Detroit, I do. He was probably threatened not to speak about it, in my opinion. I think he was too. I think he was definitely threatened by Chris, and he noted that Chris was doing it. Right? He doesn't say in the paperwork yet, that we have now. I mean, and maybe he never will, about Katie doing any of the threatening. But the way that she just pretends like it's not important, not concerning, you know, seems to be her part in all of this. But yeah, I think so. I do think so. And thank you, Bo, for putting in those disclaimers. You know, just really tough topics tonight again. Um, I guess it's not explicit for LE to let CPS know that is true. I recant my statement. Yeah, Rosebud, it's just so confusing, isn't it? Because I know even a lot of people were thinking, like, was something going on in terms of Sebastian dealing with SA currently, or was it in the past? Um, just there's just so much that is, it's like almost kind of reprogramming our brains a little bit too, and trying to decipher what's what, and that's really hard too. Because I'm trying to make a timeline, but it's just really difficult. Um, yeah, in the way that, thanks, Sammy says, in the way, meant to say, in the way that they want you to believe. Yeah, and I mean, we've dealt with that a lot here with them putting this stuff out, and it's like it doesn't even make sense, you know. And I think they should be in trouble too for the abuse, Janet. I do. I mean, there seems to be enough proof and evidence, and they have documented reports and things of that nature that they're, outright, that they've outright ignored, So, hmm. Oh yeah, mental waterboarding. Sabrina says that's interesting. I can kind of, I wonder. I should say, I could kind of figure out what that might be just by the words. It's not exactly a medical term, but look it up, please. Mr. Chris is a demon. I agree. I agree with that. And um, let's see, mental water. Where did, let's see. It's not a formal legal or medical term, but it's often used to describe the intense psychological trauma caused by the real experience of waterboarding, a form of torture that simulates drowning. Drowning, excuse me. Uh, what waterboarding is. So, waterboarding is a method of torture in which a person is restrained, often upside down, with their nose and mouth covered with a cloth or other material, and then water is poured over their face, triggering a gag reflex that prevents breathing, creating this sensation of drowning. Oh my goodness, it's just awful to think about that. It's recognized by the UN, United Nations, and European Court of Human Rights as a prohibited form of torture. And now, why it would be called mental waterboarding. The term mental in this context refers to psychological effects of the experience, not a separate physical act. Survivors often suffer severe panic and terror during the event, lasting seconds to minutes, long term psychological damage, including PTSD, depression, anxiety, and recurring drowning nightmares. Oh, I bet. And flashbacks and intrusive memories of the sensation of drowning, which persists for years or a lifetime. And I think that's a key takeaway. Loss of trust, isolation, and mental exhaustion. These effects are considered among the most traumatic human experiences, comparable to other forms of severe torture. So, wow, the key takeaway, while mental waterboarding is not a technical term, it is shorthand for the enduring mental suffering caused by the real physical act of waterboarding. The trauma is both immediate and long lasting, affecting survivors' mental health for years after the event. Yeah, yeah, I can totally see that, and that. Thank you for bringing that up, Sabrina. Because I mean, the psychological effects are long lasting, and I think as well. Thank you, Holly, for posting Devlin's flyer just on Devlin. Um, Sebastian was dealing with that, um, and then having to be scared, of even bringing it up, you know? It was constant and nonstop, Holly. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, it is horrible. It is. He did live in fear in that house, you know? So, yeah, I think Sebastian handled it better than I could have, too, you know? So, oh, good. Hey, Poppy Love. Good to see you. Yeah, thanks, Sabrina. Oh, man. It does hurt knowing it. It does. I know. And it's like you don't want to be involved in that ever. No, his last school photo, he looked really, really upset, didn't he? Oh my gosh, that picture is so sad, you know? And that's the one that Katie just showed. Like again, they don't have the self-awareness. She just showed that to everybody. And she's like, "Oh, here." And Sebastian literally looks like he's having the worst day ever. He looks like he really went through it that morning, whatever happened. Or maybe something just happened at school. We can't always assume that it happened at home, but I'm kind of assuming that it happened at home. Something happened where he was not happy, you know? So I know I'm getting there too, Holly. I'm like that too. Well, we have a lower tolerance for bullshit. And, that's what's so hard. Some of the things I would have put up with, I'm like, oh hell no. I will never put up with that. Like I don't care who it is. Many, many people who are assaulted as children struggle immensely when reaching the age of sexual maturity, when they begin to have normal body reactions that bring up all the memories of their essay. Sammy, that is so well said. And it does make a lot of sense. It makes perfect sense to me. I don't know if you guys have ever seen the movie or read the book, The Perks of Being a Wallflower, right? But in that book, the main character, Charlie, is dealing with the the trauma of being SA'd. And when he is in those situations, they literally show flashbacks. But he doesn't understand what they mean because he has suppressed the memory. So, because it happened with somebody who he trusted, loved, and respected, he can't understand why those memories are flooding back. And, they're showing it, depicted in the movie. And it is when he's in intimate situations where it should be normal and he should be in the moment, but he's not. Again, it's so sad. It's just and it shows um, that those things do come back. And when it's a prolonged situation too, it can just be horrific. um, what picture was that? Oh, Shadow. It was the one of his eighth grade photo, I believe. I'll have to go find it because I know I have it somewhere. I just don't like to show it a lot because I know it's just like one of the ones where he just looks like he was having such a bad day, you know? Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Forcing him to not be able to deal with the abuse and recant it all. Well, and I mean, I think it's like, they were making him feel guilty that he was even having those feelings. And it's totally normal to have those feelings. So, thank you. I know I miss our witchy mama. She texted me earlier to tell me about Michael Monkey Vaughn's. You guys just jogged my memory too about his celebration. They had to reschedule it because they're having that smoke stuff, and it's not good for people to be out there breathing it in and stuff like that. So, um, yeah, that was a bummer. I was like, well, that's too bad. Um, yeah, scaring him into the denial of the abuse and of his abuse. And, Sabrina, that's what is really sad because, again, he just wanted to work through it and he just didn't want to feel that way anymore, and he never should have had to. Um, Denial is so dangerous because it brings up um, opportunities for people to just bring out the worst of themselves, in my opinion. It just really does. It's like, seriously, and um, I don't know. I just can't believe that they would make him do that, knowing what he went through. Because again, if we think about it and reading the paperwork, it was somebody that was a friend of his, and he didn't want to lose his friend. And what really is they were coming out Christmas that Sebastian doesn't have any friends, but he wants friends. When people were like, "Well, how come he doesn't have friends?" They made snide and rude and hateful and awful comments about because he likes to, use the bathroom in his pants. No, he didn't. No, he didn't. So, you know, crazy. I don't know. It's just really disgusting. Okay, so let's go on a little bit now. Um, So during the same visit, Boswell spoke to Katie Proudfoot in private. Proudfoot stated, quote, this was all investigated in California, end quote, and that he had, quote, never spanked Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers. So he does not know why Sebastian feels he would be mad for talking about what happened in California, end quote. This statement was directly contradicted by Sebastian's own disclosure that he was, quote, afraid of what his father, of what his stepfoot, would do. And by the intake noting that the stepfather had used, quote, corporal punishment on Sebastian several times before, and DCS did not reconcile this contradiction. Right. And I'd be afraid of this creepy mother trucker too if I had to live with him under his thumb, under his rules, under his BS. It wouldn't be a pleasant situation at all. All right. And we know that Stepfoot was named as the primary focus and person of significant interest, even though Katie likes to deny that and go out and put the cranes around them and surround them with things that Chris likes, even though we all know that's BS and that Sebastian um, probably didn't share that interest, in my opinion. Okay, and then I also wanted to share this because I saw this today, which I was like, oh, that's a good one. People literally will be mad at you for being right about them. Like, I'm sorry, I figured out that you're a piece of poop, right? And that's polished turds, right? Is what made me think of these polished turds. And, if we don't fall in line and stick up for them instead of Sebastian, or if we don't believe their bull crap lies, and we figure out what kinds of pieces of crap they really are, they're going to literally be mad at us, right? They're going to have a whole ass fit. Hello, Jen. Good to see you. Hey, Jen. Congratulations, also. Oh my gosh, I've been looking at the pictures and just such a little cutie pie, Alex is. So, well, remember they told Nancy Grace, oh, that was several years ago, the incident with the belt. Yeah, and that's another thing too, because I find it really odd. I'm glad you said that, Sammy, because Nancy Grace asked Chris Proudfoot about the incident, and Katie was like, or lying about doing work. And she cited exactly what Sebastian said he was doing, which was lying about brushing his teeth, about making his bed. So I find it so diabolical, absolutely evil, diabolical, sinister that Katie would take Sebastian's words and try to save face with Nancy Grace. Because if that were me, honey, I would be on my own podcast making some sort of TikTok video, something. I don't know. She probably has a contract, but I'd be doing something because I would not be happy with that. Or lying about doing work. No, he wasn't, Katie. That wasn't what happened, Katie. What about the belt? What about him not wearing a belt and that Chris was making him wear pull ups? Try that one on for size because that's what really happened. That's what really happened. I mean, I would be all over these reports if I was her. I don't know what the deal is, but I wouldn't be able to help myself. That's all I got to say. I wouldn't be able to help myself. I would be all over it like flies on polished turds. And let me clarify, if I only said that in public because I want Sebastian to not feel shame. Well, I mean, I think it's important my PTSD because we've all grown up with trauma. I mean, if any of us said that, we had this most wonderful, idyllic, perfect childhood, I would probably be like, yeah, right. And if it was really true, then I'd say good for you. You know, I'd say good for you. You came out unscathed from this world that is so absolutely wretched at times. And it can be a beautiful world. It can be, lovely. We all have triumph and tragedies, right? But, for people to sit there and be like, well, I just had this most perfect, lovely, and it's like, well, good. That's wonderful. You know, if you've never had to see that ugly in the world, then I'm envious of you, to be honest. Um, It's why this young man had to keep quiet about abuse. Yeah, Sabrina, exactly. And that's what it comes down to. So I know, right, Bo? And again, one of the beautiful parts of life. Yes, exactly, exactly. Oh yeah, you're welcome, Jen. I'm always thinking about you. Today got away from me. I'm like, oh my gosh, I haven't even posted my live yet. But I talked to Jules for a little bit today too. So, this time I was talking her ear off and we were just conversating. I wonder what Miss Holly, the news reporter, thinks now that all this information is coming out in the lawsuits. Yep, crickets. Well, I guess she was in Mexico for a little while on vacation, Gail. So she might have been out of Dodge when it all dropped. But um, you know, well, good. I'm hoping he can come home tomorrow, Jen. Yes. Yes, exactly. Um, I'm dying to know who fed Nancy questions. Yeah, me too. Well, who is it? Dave Mack, her guy on the side that, because she's got, a whole team of people, and he was on it. Like Dave Mack knew all the juice, right? He knew all of what was going on. And, I mean, at that point, there was the Terry Lynn interview already. And, I think that's why Nancy said, do you two sleep in the same bedroom? Because you got Proudfoot over there flirting with Terry Lynn, saying his wife's asleep, but then he's saying he's laying down and, all this. I mean, what a weirdo. It's so disgusting, you know? So if anybody says they're perfect, you're getting kicked out of chat, says PTSD. Well, and none of us are, but but it's a good thing to own up to if you did something, especially if somebody says, "Hey, you hurt my feelings," or if somebody says, "Hey, I'm dealing with this and it's really affecting me." Like, show some compassion, show some care, you know. Try to put yourself in their shoes or try to be like helpful in some way. Listen, quiet, be quiet and just listen. It really goes a long way. Was Sebastian say and I think also with that, I think a lot of times we don't know what to say, and so we say something, and then it's like, oh God, why did I say that? Right? Like insert foot into mouth, because sometimes you don't always know what to say, and sometimes there's nothing to say. Sometimes it's just nice to sit with somebody and let them hear you, right? Like if they're really listening to you, and just let them listen to you, let them take it in with you, and then maybe nothing needs to be said. Maybe it's just, I'm sorry that happened to you. I'm sorry you had to go through that. Because there is no perfect words for that. That just, sometimes people just want to let it out. And I know I'm that way too. Sometimes if I call a friend and I'm going through it, you know, I just want someone to listen to me that I trust with my story, with my feelings. Um, and Poppy Love says, was Sebastian saying he was afraid for CP to find out what happened in Cali, or if CP knew? He was afraid of him knowing he told them in Tennessee the accidents due to SA and current fear he was feeling, in my opinion. Yeah, Poppy. So it's my understanding that, like, he didn't know how much CP knew. Like, maybe he was almost feeling a little bit guilty, like, or paranoid. And I know that's probably not the best word, but like that Chris might find out and he doesn't know how much Chris knows, in my opinion. But also the fact that, Katie wanted it to stop being talked about. And because that's clear by her own words, and the quotes in the paperwork. um I'm guessing that he was afraid of him knowing everything Katie knew, and maybe he was feeling a little bit like um nervous or apprehensive about her telling him, and then him getting upset or using it against him, because we know that narcissists love to use trauma against us, right? Like they find out about our vulnerabilities, about our downfalls or some of our weaknesses, and they exploit that. And so I think Sebastian was super duper keyed into that right at that time. And he's a very smart kid, right? And he's intuitive on top of that. And so he probably just felt a foreboding, like if Chris finds out, I'm toast, right? Like he's gonna maybe tease me. He's never gonna let me live it down. He's gonna bring it up. He's gonna use it as ammunition. And I think that that was a real fear. And then I do think that, it wasn't just the essay that was bothering him, because we got to remember in the first report, once we got down to more of the nitty gritty about it, it was really that Chris was also a factor, and a fear factor, because Sebastian was afraid that he was going to get, quote, in trouble or hurt. I mean, that part just really sticks with me, hurt. Like, so you would, so Sebastian's perception on Chris Proudfoot was that because he was hurt by someone else and traumatized, that Chris would hurt him because of that. And the gravity of that and the weight of that is very heavy. No matter how much it's polished, it's still doo doo. Sabrina, you ain't lying. You are not lying. Um, you know. Ah, thank you, my PTSD. Well, there's the gilded turd for us, floating around the chat. So, ah, Janet says no love it is more than your grandchild. Cannot explain the love your children, but your grandchild loves even more. Ah, yes, Janet, you got that right. Yep, because I had to tease my mom about that one. I'm like, well, what are you doing? Over here. She just adored my daughter, just adored her, and I was like, well, what about me? Um, yeah, it's just such a sweet thing, right? Um, Nancy is quiet now. She needs some CPS papers. I feel like sending them to her. Hey, if you ever get hard up for material, here's some things to talk about. I just couldn't, if I had interviewed them, I couldn't stay quiet with these out. I'd be like, oh no, especially because Chris challenged her and was so defiant, in my opinion. Um, hey, Jen says CP has done more than that to Sebastian. Look at the bruise around his neck with his optimism shirt on. Yes, exactly, Jen. Great point. Great point. And we know it's over and over because we do have that. There's also another picture of Sebastian in front of a computer. He's got like a laptop out. Um, and on the back of his neck, there was some bruising, and they tried to blur it out before they released that picture. And many people caught it like right away, So, um, Sabrina, yeah, she does, and Vinny too. I was wondering how we can get them the info. Yeah, I don't know why Vinny hasn't either, because he also has his own podcast. So I'm surprised he hasn't done like a show on that. Um, you know, so PTSD. Jen says, and hello to Lady Freedom. Good to see you, hon. So only abusers ask victims to hush. I think so too, Sabrina. And I just don't understand when somebody's struggling how you can make them feel bad for struggling and coming out, unless you're just a real piece of crap person. So 111, make a wish and say a prayer. I think I'm late on that one, Detroit. I wonder what caused CP to be like this. I've wondered that too. Um, I wondered the same thing, Holly. I don't know if somebody was like that to him and he decided that that was the way to be, or what. But I think the narcissism is a big factor. When I put that little narcissist um, AI that I made in there, you know. Um, yeah, KP doesn't. She doesn't feel bad, and she does. She. They don't even feel guilty that they supposedly lost Sebastian on their watch. CP would think of any reason to hurt him. CP is a pig, in my opinion. I agree. I agree with that. And he gets all pissed off. Because you know he wants to blame everybody but himself. So a toxic person never changes. They change victims and blame everything on everybody else. They can't see the wrong in their actions, but always find time to find them in yours. And that is something that I would have hoped that somebody maybe could have told Sebastian. Maybe somebody did tell him something like that to that effect. But I was, you know, really disappointed that we never heard any words of wisdom from any of these people. And maybe that's because it's not their job. Um, but I would like to remind Sebastian or anybody out there that's going through this, it doesn't matter what age you are. A toxic person never changes, and they're always going to blame everything on everyone else. It's never their fault. They're never going to see the wrong in their actions because they can't, but they're always going to make sure they're pointing that finger, and anything you do, they're going to make sure that they point it out. But when it comes to them, they're never going to see it. And that's, in my opinion, how Chris and Katie Proudfoot act. They're very toxic. These two are a very toxic duo, and we've just witnessed it time and time again, um, where they're fine with their actions and they'll always justify them or make excuses or just straight up lie. Um, and then we got Chris Proudfoot looking like Gacy over here. So the DCS case, there was also that May 2023 case, where again Sebastian was named as a victim in that situation. And here he is missing, 2.5 years later. And now Seth has initiated these complaints, right? And has court for them in coming up in November. So Boswell spoke to Katie in the kitchen. Katie stated that, quote, they have been working with Sebastian on when he tells something to tell the entire story, end quote. Now, how do you expect Sebastian to do what's right, which is, yes, telling the entire story is always a good idea, right? Because if you're leaving parts out, that's lying by omission. But when Chris and Katie are doing the same exact thing, and those are part of his biggest role models, right, would be his mother, his father, and his stepfoot. And if they're doing things that is not modeling the proper behaviors, how do they expect Sebastian to do that? I don't understand. I don't understand how they could do that with a straight face. And it's got to be because they're toxic, right? Now, she also said to the DCS worker that Sebastian will tell bits and pieces of a story to fit his narrative, and that she has no concerns that Mr. Proudfoot smacked Sebastian's belly with intent to hurt him. You know, it's unbelievable. And all the while, they're pulling the puppet strings and lying, and Katie's fine with it. If she had said in this paperwork, it does concern me that my husband is acting this way, and I think that he needs to get into some counseling. That would be, in my opinion, her recognizing that the situation is in need of some help, right? But the fact that she says, nope, I don't have any concern whatsoever, right? No concerns that Mr. Proudfoot smacked Sebastian with intent to hurt him, because it sounds like it was a regular occurrence that Sebastian was having to deal with, being smacked around, being pushed up against the wall, his things being bagged up and thrown out in the trash, or he would have to take the can to the end of the driveway, take it to the street. He told on Smiley's Stories World, you know, all of these vile things. And again, Chris has never gotten a story complete. So why would you expect Sebastian to do that, Katie? Now, thank God it said that children develop their personalities around the age of about 5 or 6, because he was around Seth, in my opinion, was a saving grace. Do I think Seth is perfect? No, but none of us are. What I'm trying to say is that when you ask Seth a question, he answers it. He doesn't beat around the bush. Let me help you out. Let me make it crystal clear. He doesn't play semantics. He's straightforward. And in my opinion, based on what I've seen here, so is Sebastian. The ones that are liars and who can't tell the story all the way through is Chris and Katie. You know? I mean, it's very obvious. There's no more of this being able to um, continue on with the charade that they've been pulling this whole time. You guys are, you're pushed into a corner, into a wall, Chris. How do you like it? Sammy says hit, spank, belt, scared, punish. Those are all the only bits and pieces necessary. We don't need any more of the story. And I agree with you, Sammy. You know, how about like taking a snake? There's just so many things that Chris has done that have been so abusive, and then people are like, well, that's okay. And it's like, well, no, it's not. You know, it's not okay. And Janet, I agree. She's over there allowing for it. Why does she think that that's okay? You know, no, and it's not their fault. It's not their fault at all. Yeah, Katie looks, she always looks guilty. um I've been looking over her interviews and stuff, and there were just a couple of them where, you know, like even in the Holly Thompson interview, when Holly Thompson says, "Have you guys been cleared by police?" Katie shakes her head, yes. No, they weren't. She's the liar. She's the one that can't tell the truth. That's why Chris will never let her talk without him there, because he's always got to make it crystal clear, you know? It was, and more than what you think. CP was, um, well, see, I don't know, Jen. I just don't know. I just don't know about that. So he might, I mean, it might come out later. And if it does, I'm going to blow a gasket, you know? I think they need to keep an eye on him, Sabrina. I really do. I really do, because they don't like to stay put when the heat is on. And then also, I was talking too with someone about the fact that Chris Proudfoot was trying to get a crane operator's job up in Canada, you know? So the ramen will make her swallow. Sabrina, oh man, that does happen. That does. I've watched it happen to many of them, you know. They go in and they're very little and skinny, and the next thing you know, they're eating too much ramen and too many prison burritos. Um, but we will find you, Sebastian. We will find you, even though you got Barney Fife over here not doing a damn thing. Um, Katie never being questioned properly, in my opinion. We got the noise, thud, and the bang, right? Rice Krispies, and Katie's right there in the thick of it, in my opinion. Right there in the thick of it. But where is Sebastian Rogers, and where do we start looking for him? Is he in a center or a boys' home? You know? Um, Again, I no longer have the energy to tell people what they did wrong. Just be blessed, have a great life, and stay away from me. So this is something interesting that someone sent me, and I've never seen this before, I don't think. Um, it's not as shocking as I would think coming from Chris Proudfoot, um, but I'm sure it was at the time when people were scrolling by. So this guy, Daniel Fred Bennett, he posted this and said 100, right? And that was on June 10th of 2020. And then Chris Proudfoot saw it 8 days later and thought it was great. And he reposted it. And it's a picture of a lion that has just ate another animal. And it says, "Don't put me in a position where I got to show you how heartless I can be." And the person's caption underneath it says, "This could be nothing, but regardless, it didn't age well." You have a lion and a lioness, by the way. It's not just the lion, but there's also another lioness right next to him. So that was back in 2020, and that was the energy that Chris was coming with on his posts. Was he upset with Nina? Possibly. Was he talking to Katie? I don't know. Was he talking about his home life and Sebastian? Don't put me in a position where I got to show you how heartless I can be. I mean, only a psycho does that. Sorry, Daniel Fred Bennett. I don't know you. But what I know about Chris Proudfoot, it's psycho. It's a psychotic tendency that would be that way. All right. So, some questions again that I've had. Did Detective Carter deliberately neglect to properly question people of interest? This lawsuit was filed. Seth wants his son found. And then they knew. Part of the factual allegations, again, Sebastian's history of abuse and vulnerability were known to law enforcement. And, Stepfoot was named as the primary focus of and person of significant interest. And also, I wanted to include this post that I read out to you guys yesterday, but I didn't put it in the other video. So, really quick again, Katie says about Seth coming out and talking about Sebastian's abuse on Pascal, because I do want to reiterate that in the beginning, Chris and Katie Proudfoot were going around and telling people, if we really knew Sebastian, then we wouldn't want to find him. We wouldn't look for him if we really knew him. And so Seth was getting tired of it. And he came out and he said, this is why Chris is saying things like this. And it was also being alleged at that time that Chris did not want Faith around Sebastian. But here's the thing, Faith has said nothing but good things about Sebastian, and that she loves Sebastian because that's her brother. And she looks at him like a brother, and she loves him. But for some reason, Chris Proudfoot was saying that he didn't want Sebastian around Faith. And Seth was tired of it. And so he finally came out and said, and told us, and was honest about what was going on with Sebastian and the ammunition that Chris was trying to use against Sebastian because he knew about the trauma. And again, that's just like a toxic piece of crap person to do that. So Katie Proudfoot comes out after that and she posts this. And she says, that child was not 13 and we did not allow my son to be abused. We contacted all authorities. My son received all the available help he could get. Multiple therapists involved. His doctor did know because he went to the doctor and got checked immediately. Seth was involved in his therapy as well. There are so many lies in the story, including him failing to mention where where Seth got banned from the base for his violent tendencies, where at the time my son was seeing a psychiatrist and a psychologist to help him with his trauma from Seth's abuse and the trauma from being assaulted by this child. Let me be clear, I think it is sickening that this man is airing my son's trauma online. My son deserves better than that. When we find him, and I believe in my heart we will, the truth will come out. And well, she says will, all in caps, come out. He is doing his best to slander us as parents, but my son is loved and cared for and always will be. But he's missing Katie. So again, Katie is a very delusional, sick person, in my opinion. She needs mental health help, like yesterday, like back in 22 or even before that. Because if you think that it's okay that Sebastian is still feeling like this, and you're telling us that he had all of this help, but he's still feeling that way, then you obviously don't care whether he got the help or not, in my opinion. She says public opinion based on lies, assumptions, half-truths is rampant because of things like this, which has nothing to do with finding Sebastian. Now, of course, I would beg to differ. I think that the half-truths coming out of Chris and Katie's mouth are the reason for such confusion. And if Katie would have been forthright and honest to begin with, then we probably wouldn't be here. I will not stoop so low as to participate in a back and forth argument with him. God knows the truth, and the truth always comes out. Please stop the madness and focus on finding Sebastian, because that is the most important thing. Again, Katie is very delusional and needs mental help. in my opinion. And where's Sebastian? Katie, where is he? Because, all of the stuff that they started in the beginning, in my opinion, is a direct result of why we're all still sitting here too. They know, law enforcement knows, DCS knows. Okay. So Chris Proudfoot, this is a post. Again, big shout out to Lauren on Facebook. Kimberly Headland Askew. Well, ma'am, how do you know my record? Have we ever crossed paths? I am pretty sure we have not. What evidence do you have that I am an abusive person? I am sure when I saw this that I speak for law enforcement, we would all love to see the evidence you have. Okay, guys. So here's Chris Proudfoot, again, speaking for law enforcement, telling people you don't really know me. He sounds like one of those teenagers on Maury Povich when they come out, or Jenny Jones, or any of those salacious shows, right? Where the mom's bringing in the bad kids, right? And it's like, you don't know me, you don't know me. And they're snapping their fingers and bopping their head around. Oh, crazy. Cash me outside chick and whatnot. It's unbelievable. Unbelievable. And it's absurd. Um, so he says, what evidence do you have that I'm an abusive person? Well, hold on, I'm gonna show you. And then he says that I'm sure when I say this that I speak for law enforcement. We would all love to see the evidence you have. Really. Is that why Chris is always so quick to lump himself with law enforcement? Is that why Chris is always so quick to say that him and law enforcement want the evidence? Because why on God's green earth, if you're not law enforcement working the case, you're supposed to be Sebastian's stepfather. Do you think that law enforcement is going to give you any type of information? But then again, now that we know that law enforcement knew the whole time and they were helping you cover up, now this statement makes more sense to me. No wonder. Okay, so there's more. You want to know what I have done with Sebastian? I am guilty of loving and raising my stepson as if is my own son. Wow, that's scary. That's scary because obviously that's how he treats other children. We're about to see that. If you want to help as well, please feel free to get out there and search with the rest of us. You have a blessed day. And when have you searched, Chris? When have you searched? And I'm not talking about one time, or I'm not talking about when the police took you on a ride along, in my opinion. All right. So this is from Lauren on Facebook. This is the real Kathy Bauer socks right here. SFU literal POS. I hope you rot in hell with the ones you work for. Okay, this is the whole post. I just wanted you all to see it. Wanted everybody to be able to see it. Kathy, Chris's mommy. Okay, and this is my best depiction of Chris Proudfoot, or why he is the way he is and what happened to him. The narcissist, an adult body with a child's needs, stuck around the age of 4 or 5 years old emotionally. Rooted in childhood wounds, a lack of love, attention, and validation from primary caregivers. Emotionally a child. Um, let's see. Tests you, pushes limits, wants unconditional love no matter what, just like a toddler. The truth, they don't understand real love because it was never modeled for them. There's nothing you can say or do that will change them. They are children in an adult body. It's tragic, but if it's not your fault, or excuse me, it's tragic, but it's not your fault, and it's not your responsibility to fix them. Guys, if you don't hear anything I've said tonight, know that if you're dealing with a narcissist, a big man baby like this, or a big man woman like this, or a big woman baby, sorry, because it does go both ways. I'm not just trying to bash men over here. It's just it fits Chris Proudfoot to a T. But there are female narcissists. It's not just men. It's not your job to fix them. It's not your responsibility. Get off your fucking high horse. Walk away. Be strong enough to walk away. Cut your losses. Spend your time on someone who actually deserves it. Because you ain't ever going to fix a narcissist man baby or woman baby, right? Because they always need a boost. They're constantly seeking attention, validation, or admiration. You're the best. You're so amazing, right? It's never enough, though. It's always going to be gimme, gimme, gimme. I want, I want, I want. I take, 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 take. Okay? So please, don't push the ego boost button for these little shits. One day, you might have to come across somebody like this. Maybe it's not in a personal relationship, but it could be at work. Don't take the bait because it's a one-way street. No matter what you give, it's never good enough. It is never enough. They take, 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 but you can't give them real love in return. And they're never going to give you real love. It's fake. It's not an excuse. It's just the truth, right? So any of those people out there, cut your losses. They're wasting your time. All right, so we got Tony. We got the Finding Sebastian Rogers from Tennessee group, and this is where Nina's daughter wrote this to Kathy. She says, "Hi, Kathy. It's me, the little girl you thought was going to be little forever. Well, now I'm older, and I have a voice that needs to be heard, and it will be heard in court one day. You want proof? I am the proof. I've been glancing at lots of hate comments about my mother, and I don't get involved, but now my voice needs to be heard. My mother is not sitting here playing the victim card like you're making it seem like she is. But she's probably more concerned about Sebastian's disappearance than you are. By the way, about the whole quote proof end quote thing, the proof you're wanting is right here. I remember everything like it was yesterday. Again, guys, trauma will do that to you. Trauma will do that to you. Sometimes it gets suppressed. Sometimes it's there like it's yesterday. But it's always going to manifest itself no matter what. So she says, a couple days before I got sick, you came and picked up my little sister to watch, quote, watch her. And I remember being sick in the hospital bed, and your daughter was sitting with me while my mom goes and gets clothes because I had to stay in the hospital. You were on the call with your daughter, and you told me you loved me and hoped that I get better. But this whole time you knew what you and your family were plotting on doing to our family, destroying us, giving us trauma that we have to live with for the rest of our lives. I remember when I got back from the hospital, My mom was making food for me and my brother. Then we had a knock at our door, and it was a lady with paperwork. And all I heard was my mom crying. I ran out of my room, and she was sitting on the floor crying. Me and my brother were trying to comfort her. Then we got in the car and went to your house. Your husband cracked open the door and was yelling at my mom. My mom was crying and very frantic because she wanted her daughter back. Then I remember seeing a green and black baseball bat. Then I remember seeing a green and black baseball bat being held up to my mom. Me and my brother were just screaming because we didn't want to see our mom get hurt. For the next couple of days, my mom wasn't herself. She was so depressed. I didn't know what was really going on until I overheard the conversation she was having with my grandparents that were in New Mexico. Then I finally realized I might not ever see my baby sister again. I fell behind in school because I was so worried, and you and your family had people come to talk to me and pull me out of class, interrupting my learning time just so you guys could make it seem like my mother was a bad person. But she's not. You wanted me to lie about my mother so you guys could gain custody of my little sister. I hated being called up to the office because I knew what that meant. I would have to spend hours in there talking to these people, and then comes the trial. I remember being out in the hallways of the courts, wanting to testify. I never got that chance to testify because my mom won the trial. I remember Big D slamming the door open and saying, quote, she fucking won, end quote. Now, is that a way to talk in front of children after you just scared them half to death? You know? Hello, Deborah Dixon. So good to see you. I can't believe that. I can't even believe this happened. I can't even believe this little girl has to deal with this. I looked at my grandma because my mom, I think she's going to say, uh, oh, excuse me. Uh, I looked at my grandma because my grandma was another witness wanting to testify. I asked her, did my mom win? And she said, I think so. And then my grandpa and mom came out, and my mom is crying with joyful tears. My grandpa was so happy. I remember going back to the apartment complex. We lived at packing. I remember going back to the apartment complex we lived at, packing all of our stuff and getting ready to go to the sheriff's office. It was a nightmare. When we arrived, I seen lots of your family members there. My mom gets out of the truck wanting my sister, and then you guys kept giving her a hard time. I was scared sitting in the back seat, right? So, very smart little girl here. I was listening to all of the chaos. Then your son, Christopher, grabbed my mom's purse and dumped it all over the driver's seat to find a key. And then his sister Melissa was recording. And I don't ever forget these words she said. Quote, just put the truck in reverse and run her over. End quote. Oh, or run over her, excuse me. I was so scared that my mom was going to get run over. I remember my mom grabbed me and my little sister and ran to the sheriff's department's doors, and then they left us all the way in the back room. We sat there for a very long time, and then they let us know it was okay to leave. We called my grandpa, who was waiting down the road for us, and told him we are on our way. And then we get on the freeway, and I look behind and I see Christopher's dad in mom's car following us down the freeway. I was so scared. I kept telling my mom, "Go faster, mommy, go faster." Then we finally lost them, I remember, just kissing my sister and being so happy to have her back. I know a lot of people are going to say I'm making the story up, but between you, me, my family, and God, we all know the truth and we all know what happened. Very strong little girl. Also, do you remember this picture? It was my birthday. I got to see my sister for an hour at a park. You guys were watching us like a hawk, and I remember crying because all I wanted was my sister and my family to be happy again. On my way home, I kept crying because I missed my sister so much. No child should ever have to go through this. I hope you have an amazing night. God bless you. We will keep Sebastian in our prayers. Okay, and then this is the picture that she's referring to. This little girl, beautiful little girl with her little baby sister. And I can't imagine going through that as a big sister. I have a little sister. I can't imagine. All of that chaos, all of that drama, all of that crap. Hello, Coffee Crime and Cats. All of that disgusting crap that she had to endure that's still sticking with her. Talk about trauma vultures to you guys. All right, Mr. Proudfoot. So this is Mr. Chris. So Lauren from Facebook says some of you are going to be eating some humble pie when the truth comes out. Little barbecue sauce for that pig ass. All right. Do you believe the Darvo disappearing act? Because I certainly don't. Darvo, deny, attack, reverse victim and offender roles. Hey, lover girl, Chris and his family, uh, Chris and his trash family have put all of these poor kids through so much. I agree. I agree. And we cannot forget that Chris Proudfoot allegedly smacked with a backhand to the face Nina's little girl. Sorry, Miss Sharon got me laughing. I saw that and I was like, oh, this is fantastic. So that was Lauren on Facebook that made that. And yeah, he needs a big piece of humble pie. I know, I know. I love you too, Poppy Love. I know it's infuriating. It is because this little girl is just, should never have had to deal with that. That is so sad. Ugh, God. My PTSD says, oh, reminds me of the times with my daughter being chased down the road, only able to blow a kiss at school concerts, the Proudfoot family jackalopes. Exactly, my PTSD. Exactly. And, people think it's just so uncommon that this never happens. And it does. It happens more than we think. Detroit says, can you imagine Faith hearing the story as she gets older, knowing how evil this family is and tried to steal her from them? Exactly, Detroit, and for no reason. It's not like Nina had issues or anything was going on, you know, like that. There's no reason. There's just no reason. He thinks he has LE wrapped around his finger, says Poppy. Remember when he said things about this being a case that will be studied or something? What would be learned to study for future with LE? What, allegedly? I know. I mean, it's just something where he just loves to brag, in my opinion. He does. He loves bragging. He loves bragging, you know? He just loves to brag and just be such an ass. Ooh, espresso martini sounds good, Deborah Dixon. That sounds really, really good. I think we could all use one after that poor little girl. I'm just so glad that she was able to stick up for herself, you know? So, oh, yeah. So I did go and watch. I know some of it was on the members, so I don't know what was said on the members, but Car well, Chris Carr is who Mob is referring to. He calls him Carly. Um and Chris Carr is the neighbor who allegedly was having maybe a friendship, or maybe even more than a friendship, quite close with Katie Proudfoot. And he was the one that allegedly didn't turn his video footage in to police. And he was also alleged to have been at the vigil saying it's bad, it's so, so bad. And then at the command center also saying that Sebastian isn't coming home. And it's good to see you, Bab. So, yeah. So I thought that that was interesting. Um, they do go to church. They do. That's the crazy part, Jen. Yeah, they're super toxic. They are super toxic. And just to do that to somebody, and to do that in front of the police station, like, they really have some, I don't even want to say cojones. Um, and then just remembering back to Sebastian having his snake taken away, his cats. Um, and this was a really good live that Never a Truer Word did with Jack Fox. Repeated words and ideas, tenses, hidden truths. Hidden truths is a big one. Um, so, of course, we got Sheriff Craddock, and he, look at his demeanor, the way that he is looking at people, the way that he has such a look of anger, frustration, annoyed. Um, yes, yes, Babs, it's Chris Carr with two R's. And him and Katie are definitely Facebook friends, which I don't know. Hey, Crybaby Walker, good to see you. Um, but he's also friends with Lego My Diego, the dog handler, who was with Terry Lynn when the pants were found. Um, they're all friends, actually. They've all been friends. So I was always side eyeing all of them too when I found that out. Um, and justice delayed is justice denied, right? Sebastian deserves better. Sebastian matters. Justice will not be served until those who are unaffected are as outraged as the ones who are. Okay? Sebastian deserves justice. Sebastian deserves justice. So, and it's sad that he has still not gotten that. And these are some of the signs I did for the gathering. Um, I don't think I put any more text in on this end of the video. I just kind of put some, just to finish out the song. Yeah, there we go. And, we have Mayor Isbell and Sheriff Craddock, thick as thieves, thick as thieves. And this is one thing Seth has said, I love you, son, no matter where you are, call me and I will come get you no matter how far away. Right? I'm on my way. I'll take a boat. I'll take a train. I'll take a plane. It doesn't matter, you know? So he ran out of gum. Yes, a very tangled web. A very tangled web. Yes, Barney Fife. That's one of my favorite ones. He looks constipated, Babs. I'll tell you what, he gets real bothered. I mean, he's always happy to be on the news and talking about anything but besides Sebastian. Um, if he has to talk about Sebastian's case, it really bugs him. It really does bug him. Um, so of course I wanted to kind of go over that with you guys because it's been a long time, and I remember when Faith's sister came out and talked about that, and that first came out. Um, and it was just shocking. It was just shocking to know that she had dealt with that. And Chris wants to be like, well, where's the proof? Where's the proof of this? Where's the proof of that? And it's like, the proof is in the pudding, right? It's in the pudding pie. Um, just unbelievable. Um, I just don't understand why it's been overlooked so many times. Um, I just don't understand it. Um, I'm trying to think. I think I had one more thing to show you guys tonight. Um, let's see here. I know it was like an older video that I had that I just wanted to bring in. Um, too. Because like I said, I have another video that I've been working on, and it's all has to do with Chris Proudfoot and his alibi. But there's so much out there. So I've been piecing it all together. Um I mean, there's just been a lot. There's just been a whole heck of a lot. Um so I wanted to find this other video. Hmm, let's see. And I know it was an older one. I did want to show you guys where Katie had done the let's see. In that first interview where she says they were or sorry, the second interview where she says they've been cleared by LE. Let me try to find the spot, because that was something I wanted to show you guys too tonight, just kind of off the cuff, like on the fly. Um, because they definitely lied. Um, um, let's see, but I think it was more towards the beginning. Um, sorry, just give me 1 second, guys. Okay, so I think it's over here. I just wanted to add that in. Sorry about that. I usually have the timestamps figured out before we go live here. But it's somewhere around in
Familiar
here, I believe.
routes.
Yes.
Familiar routes.
Familiar
I mean, if I
routes.
took him another route going
He
this way,
takes
he would
it.
not know it.
He goes up there so often that he knows to get to his daddy's. We know that.
Oh, that's about
His
7.
dad works with him as far.
What of any of that do you want to address? What
Okay, I think it's
to
here.
get to his daddy's. We know that.
His dad works with him as far as, well, we're going this way, we're going that way, and keeps the same thing, and it works out.
One Mississippi.
Let's talk to, because earlier, Chris, you and I were talking, and you were saying that there are a lot of people who are harassing both of you. What of any of that do you want to address? What do you want to say to any of these people?
Just that you don't know. And I don't wish you to ever know.
I would say it like this: everybody has an opinion, you know, and it's perfectly okay to have that opinion. But you're not in this situation. You don't quite understand. I wish people would step back, take a different, wide open view, and not assume what they know.
Okay, so this is a problem, and I'm kind of glad I don't know where I'm at with this, just because this was another thing that I saw earlier when I was going through. So Chris is obviously saying that we're assuming things, but the facts is that we had JLR even at the beginning coming out, and he went to New Mexico and he was doing his own research, boots on the ground there, checking into things, right? And it wasn't assumptions. It was actually what was going on, right? He was looking up the situation that Nina went through. Hey, Diane. And so with that, I just find it interesting that Chris is trying to say that people are assuming things. And then also Katie saying, I don't wish this upon you. I don't wish this upon anyone. Again, I've just never heard anyone really quite say that before. Of course, it kind of goes without being said that, it's a terrible situation. Nobody would like to be in a situation where their child is missing, right? But Katie keeps saying that, and I don't know if it's that she's trying to garner sympathy, but I think it's more so that she's trying to throw it back in people's faces. Like, I'm in the worst situation and I would never, wish this on anyone. Type of thing, more so than
It's
anything
just better to
else.
stick to the facts. If they have questions, all they have to do is ask.
All right. And then Chris is talking about how if we have questions and all we have to do is ask, but when people were asking questions, they were getting super defensive, right? And they were having, a whole lot of issues with those questions, right? But then Chris would be like, ask the hard questions. These are softball questions. I thought you were going to ask me some hard ones. And again, just that cockiness and the cocky attitude of, well, that's not a hard enough question. Like, as if, oh, how do I say this? It's as if he was taunting people, right? That he really wanted somebody to ask a question that would seem so outlandish that he would have a reason to blow up, in my opinion. I guess that's the best way to say it. I mean, I would be lying if I didn't say I didn't wish explosive diarrhea on the prophets. Misty, that's funny.
And I pray genuinely that no one ever goes through this.
See, and again, that's just so weird to me. And I pray genuinely that nobody else ever has to go through this. It's so weird.
Just be kind to people. I mean, that's...
Oh, Lord. And just be kind to people, coming from Chris Proudfoot, who, through his own admissions, was abusing his stepson. But he wants us all to be kind to each other, be kind to people in general. Hey, Pamela, good to see you. So it's just crazy to watch. Bab says, remember when Chris said he would only go on national news, not local, and he got ripped a new one with Nancy Grace and never showed their faces nationally again. POSs. I agree. No, and they were totally worked over in that interview. I mean, I don't know, because yeah, we were talking about Nancy Grace's interview last night, and then also I'm like, I don't know where she's at, but yeah, they were obviously in the hot seat, and they were nervous, like all on their own. Not that anybody wouldn't be nervous on a national TV show. I get that part. And Nancy could be one that's a little bit harder. She, you know, she does hold people's feet to the fire, so to speak. But they really did get a softer interview, in my opinion, from Nancy than some other people have gotten.
It's real simple.
There are some people who have been talking, because I know this is part of the harassment. Is there anything you want to address about this child custody situation?
Here we go. This is another part I wanted to show you guys. Again, I don't know what Chris thinks is so funny, right? Other than a nervous laughter type of a thing. But this is where they address the CPS stuff. And this is right off the bat. Now, they didn't do this on Duchess for the Missing the first time. The second time, there was more talk of it. But again, Holly Thompson is saying, you know, do you want to address any of that? Because I mean, those are the facts, right? And it's true. Those are things that were coming out that were true, that were not rumor mill, right? That there was proof to, and that, you know, JLR was one of the first people that was going there and checking into things. Bullhorn Betty was another one. Silver's on the Scene was another one that went to check things in the beginning. So again, I'm kind of going over all of what, you know, they did and research they did too.
With the previous.
I mean, look at his. Ugh.
So I have a current case that is going.
So I have a current case. What about 2022, Chris? What about 2023, Chris? What about 2024, Chris? You're leaving cases out, Chris.
Ongoing in another state. We've requested that case to be sealed because there are some individuals who have taken upon themselves to put stuff out there that they don't quite know, which.
Oh, okay. Some individuals have taken it upon themselves to put some stuff out there that they don't quite know. And look at his face. Look at that freaking face of his. It just, well, I'm not going to say it. It's infuriating. I'll say it like that. Disgusting. He's sitting over there like, oh, smug. Oh, I don't get it. Squinting his eyes. You know exactly what it is. And you have more than just that. Proudfoot, the one that's named in there, Mr. Chris. Proudfoot. Jerk. Named in those two reports as being someone who Sebastian was afraid of. Unbelievable. But here he is lying to everyone. And he's saying, you know, we requested that to be sealed. Yes, my PTSD. Sealed. Exactly. And that was going to be my next thing to say. Sealed. Requested it to be sealed. Because all these people are talking about it and they don't want anybody to talk about it. Does that sound familiar? Because that's what's being said in the lawsuit. And I heard they're trying to get that sealed too.
All they have to do.
It's a little too late.
Ask, I'll tell you.
All we have to do is ask him, and he'll tell us some lies. Is what I heard. I don't know what everybody else just heard, but that's what I heard. Especially knowing now what I know now that I didn't know back then. You know, yeah, we already know. Everybody knows now, and I'm going to be picking it apart. Whether he likes it or not, whether Katie likes it or not. It's too bad. Maybe they shouldn't have done it.
But because of that, it has nothing to do with our son. It has nothing to do with the situation.
Wow. It has nothing to do with our son, and it has nothing to do with the situation. Now, I want you to pay attention to their baselines here, guys. Because Chris is doing that thing where he's putting his hands in the air and moving them around up and down, and then Katie's just staring off into space like she's not even there. Katie, in my opinion, is somewhere else completely. She's completely dissociating from the situation, right? She's not present. She's in fucking La La Land, in my opinion. Sorry, but it just really ticks me off.
It,
Right? But she's still nodding her head. Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. Like a fucking zombie. Really, Katie? Get your shit together, girlfriend. This is your son. And he's lying on your son. And he's lying on your family. And you both know that it's all a bunch of lies that he's telling. And you're going to have to bear the consequences of his lies. She knows it. I could tell she's off into outer space fucking stewing in it. I can't imagine that's what Sebastian went through, says Stacy. Living with that a-hole. I can't stand to hear his voice. It gives me the ick. I know. And just that laughing and that, like, so nonchalant, so cavalier, like, oh, let me explain. No, ma'am, you got it wrong. You see, he just reminds me of freaking Eddie Haskell. He just really does. Minding his P's and Q's when he has to.
I just people would respect that and then keep an open mind. It's
Oh, respect it and keep an open mind.
totally different.
It's totally different. Respect it and keep an open mind. It's totally different. What a liar. And he's looking dead into her face when she's saying it. He's lying through his teeth, looking right at her. Again, if I was Holly Thompson, I'd have something to say. I would have something to say.
If Sebastian is able to watch this, and maybe he's watching this as it airs.
You see that? He gulped. And you see her face? Guys, there's something real wrong right there.
Totally different.
If Sebastian...
Okay, they both get nervous. Katie finally looks up from her daze. Dazed and confused. Dog, Katie. Hello, Katie. Anybody home?
Is able to watch this, and maybe he's watching this as it airs.
See that? Maybe he's watching it as it airs. And there's Katie.
And if he is, what do you want to say to Sebastian? What do you want him to hear from you?
And that whole time, I don't think she was rocking back and forth while he was telling that lie. She was sitting calm and just steady.
If Sebastian...
Let's see if I'm wrong.
Themselves to put stuff out there.
Oh, no,
they don't quite.
She's still self-soothing, in my opinion.
Which all they have to do is ask. I'll tell you. But because of that, it has nothing to do with our son. It has nothing to do with the situation.
Again, with those hands.
I just people would respect that and then keep an open mind. It's totally different.
It's about...
Okay, so, and he says it's totally different. I guess he's meaning that it's two different cases. It has nothing to do with Sebastian. Yeah. Yeah, get the barf buckets. Get the barf buckets, I mean, awful. And he's smirking. He does that too. He thinks it's funny as hell. He thinks it's funny. She knows he ain't watching anything. Awful. Yeah, I know. It's just terrible to even bring him up. I know, crybaby. I'm right there with you. And it's always the same old crap with him. Oh, everybody else's fault, not mine.
Is able to...
Okay, so Katie does look up at that moment though. So she's still rocking. I
Dude,
stand
watch this, and
corrected.
maybe he's watching this as it airs. And if he is, what do you want to say to Sebastian? What do you want him to hear from you right now?
Oh gosh. That we love you so much and we want you to come home and you're not in trouble.
That we love you so much and we want you to come home and you're not in trouble. See, and that's always bothered me too. You're not in trouble. You're not in trouble. You're not in trouble. But he looked like he was in trouble at the Texas Roadhouse, Katie.
I guarantee
And she doesn't shed a tear here, guys, also. She doesn't shed a tear. And he's about to say, I guarantee you that Sebastian's loved. Um, but she just does that sniffling and that high pitched
he
voice.
is loved. And trust me, the open arms are waiting for him to come home.
And do you notice that she doesn't nod her head, yes, he's loved? I guarantee you he's loved. She doesn't nod her head, yes. She nods her head when Chris is lying his ass off, but she doesn't nod her head when he says, Sebastian, I guarantee you Sebastian's
From
loved.
every parent to every family members to probably everyone in the community. But there's no malice. That we just want our boy home. Bad. Badly.
That's one of the only times he looks over at her, unless he's waiting for her to say something stupid. Here comes his tongue sticking out. Right? And again, that's pretty common for someone who tells a lie. And I do think it's leakage. I do think it's leakage. Yeah, I do. Bar, flush, and repeat, you know. The Oscar for Worst Actor goes to, I know, I don't know which one. They're both nominated. They're both nominated. Yeah, it's so fake. It's very fake. And again, you know, and I know that's probably not so nice, but you know, it's like I always look for the tears because if there's no tears and there's no real indication that she's in distress, you know, besides the feigning of it, you know, it's crazy. And you know, Cinderella, I wonder about that too, about why is he talking about malice? Why is he saying there's no malice? Nobody said there was. You know, and that's a tough word to use, malice. That's a kind of a greater word to use than just, you know, no harm or, you know, like kind of a no harm, no foul thing. But no, he's like, there's no malice. Bab says in every version of the last time she spoke to Sebastian before bed, she's never said, I love you too. And see, and that's another thing, Babs, you know, that is such a great point. And again, she doesn't shake her head affirmatively when Chris is talking about how bad they want him home or how he guarantees that he's loved, you know. Crybaby. We need an extra large margarita stat. Is no has she ever said mommy loves you, Sebastian? No. I mean, not not in a genuine way. Like I think she's kind of alluded to it, but like even when Smiley said, was Sebastian a burden to you guys? She waited for Chris to say no, and then she didn't say no in a very convincing way. She just said no. You know, you could barely hear it. I had to turn it up 3 times. Um, Malice about Sebastian telling on him. And see, that's the thing. It still brings me back to that last CPS report, or even the one before it, because the one before it couldn't have been long before it. Um, I think the meaning of you're not in trouble hits harder and different now. Yeah, exactly. Exactly, my PTSD. It does. Well, because we've always kind of wondered about it. I know a lot of you guys haven't. I know I have. Like, you're not in trouble. You're not in trouble. And then we see the Texas Roadhouse, and we're like, well, it sure looks like he's in trouble. So maybe that's why. But there's just so many different things that could have been going on there, you know. So we need your nephew to come help us out here. Yes, I need to read a IV drip listening to them. Yes, exactly. Please medicate me. Self medicating. I'm like, don't self medicate. I'm like, well, we might need it. She said I love you to Bob. Didn't she? Yeah, I think she did too. I think she did. Yeah. Well, and that's another thing. She'll say Bubba here and there, but when criticized, she changes back. Um, Oh, yes. Crybaby, that's such a good point. I'm just waiting for her to say she works at Disney like Casey Anthony because we're all dumb and gotta believe it. Oh my gosh. Well, and that's I just don't think that they realize how insulting they're being to all of us, right? Like they're mad because we don't believe them, but we're mad because they're being so outrageous that it's hard to believe anything they're saying. But I do think there's some truths here and there, you know. I saw your post, Mo. I was like, oh my gosh, that's so funny. Oh my gosh, that's too funny. I love it. That is so hilarious. That is the big bottle. Sam's always has those, or like the bigger Costco and stuff like that. I remember I seen like a big old bottle of wine the one day, and it was like humongous, and I was like, oh my god. Um, yes, yes, Casey Anthony's. Yes. Cinderella says Babs, yes, yes, that would be it. I'm just playing the mamas and papas back. Yay. Ah, that's good. That is good. Oh my goodness. No shit, the Texas Roadhouse hand and neck movement sure said you're in trouble. Yeah, to any of us mamas out there, we're getting onto the kids. We're telling them, that's how to kind of let them know we mean business, right? Our body language says a lot. Um, it was Costco. Okay, there you go. Oh, it's huge. That's so funny. She works for Brinks but doesn't have working cameras. Just as bad as Disney Story, in my opinion. Yes, Detroit. That's a good point, and I think that's a fair analogy, right? I mean, it's just so unbelievable that one would work for Brinks, but yet their cameras just conveniently are not working the night that Sebastian goes missing. And I also heard that their front door was open for a period of time. But I'm also wondering why they would chance going out the front door. Again, none of the stuff they have done makes a whole lot of sense. So I'm pretty open minded to some of these possibilities still, you know? So, yes, or jello shots. Yeah. Katie and Chris are horrible examples of military personnel and what they live and fight for. I know, Babs. And that's another thing that's so, like, unbelievable, in my opinion, about this case, right? Because we do not expect people of their caliber and training to act like this, you know? Um, so it's just good night, Jilly. Thank you for so much for being here. Good night, and sweet dreams. So, yeah, it's just crazy. It's just so crazy. Ugh, unbelievable, right? Okay, so let's watch a little bit more. I could have swore she's going to ask him soon about the
That mom
police
was
clearing
hard.
them.
I know it's daddy's too, but I feel like there's always that extra special bond. Can you walk us through what you're thinking?
And that's a weird face too of his. Well, that's a real weird face, but that's because I paused it in a weird spot. But I mean, Chris now seems like he's staring off into the distance. You know that that 100-mile stare and, dissociating
I
himself.
am. I just want my baby to be okay. I don't know where he's at. I don't know where he's at.
Let's talk about the community because I want you all to know.
And again, I think that was an act right there too.
Even my church body. I mean, we're all praying. We're all praying for his safe return quickly. What do
I mean, look at Chris's face too. He like puts his eyes over to the side and then he's just like nodding. It's so strange. Good night, Babs. It's just so strange. She is the worst actress ever. Yes. It's not believable. And I think she knows it and she's really trying to like ham it up,
you all want to say to the community?
Thank you.
With everything from the bottom of our hearts. I would not have imagined how far this has gotten, but there's no way to repay the gratitude, the love that we felt from the community, the prayers. But thank you.
But
from
don't
the bottom of
stop
our hearts.
looking.
Yeah, please.
My son is somewhere.
All right, but don't stop looking because my son is somewhere. Yet she's failed to give us any type of indication of where he might be or where she thinks he might have gone. She's just saying, I don't know where he is. I don't know where he is. I don't know why he walked out the door. Again and again and again. So interesting.
Just say no until he's home.
Bring him home. And again, this bring him home. It's almost like Katie is mirroring what other people in the community or true crime people say, right? We just want to bring him home. We just want Sebastian brought home. But like Katie has the answers and the key, in my opinion. And I think that's why it makes this so crazy. He wouldn't have imagined how far this has gotten. What does that mean? Lover girl, that is such a good point. And it's statements like that that make us all like, wait, what? You never would have imagined. That screams premeditation right there, right? That shows that you thought about how this was going to play out and you never imagined how far it would have gotten. And that's kind of how I take it. So yeah, every time BI rocks, let's all take a drink. Oh my gosh, we would be hammered by the end of this. It's like a 20-minute video. We would just be like, what's that movie with the Fockers? Focker out. you know. Oh my goodness.
So we have. Let's mention the search itself, because we know thousands of miles have basically been traced and retraced. We've got hundreds. We've got volunteers. We've got law enforcement from within the state, from without, outside of the state. I mean, do you feel like they're doing as much as they can? I mean, you all have been right there in the front seat, seeing everything that's underway.
Did you see Chris's face? I just caught that too, because I was also talking about the ride along earlier with somebody, and typically if law enforcement takes you on a ride along and you have a missing child, they're gauging your responses, right? They're not trying to make you an honorary deputy or anything. But let's just go back just a little bit to Chris's face, because when Holly Thompson says, you've been in the front seat, like that's literally and figuratively. And Chris like shakes his head as if he's like, yeah, I went on a freaking ride along.
Seeing everything that's underway.
Did you see his face? He's like, yeah, that was pretty rough. I mean, he had to have known. He can't be that stupid, and especially being military. Um,
I mean, do you feel like they're doing as much as they can? I mean, you all have been right there in the front seat, seeing everything that's
unbelievable.
underway.
As far as I know, they're doing everything. Anything and everything has been an option. They have brought in assets and resources from various counties, potentially other states. I mean, I don't know how much more they could do, but we're grateful for everything they have done.
They're amazing, but they still haven't brought my baby back.
All right. And again, just a strange time to look up at Holly. And again, I think she's gauging her facial features, her body language, all of that. Of course, we can't see what she's thinking or doing because we can't see her. But if we could, I wonder if she's looking at them like, she usually does, like they're two cutest little puppy or kittens that she's ever seen. And I mean, Katie doesn't even look at him when she says that. Or, excuse me, when he says that. They will, and she doesn't even look at her husband. They don't really make any type of eye contact, which I always found to be really weird.
He's out there somewhere. So it's one day at a time, getting through this and bringing him home. What is the reaction to the fact that somehow his image, he hasn't been captured on any video anywhere?
All right. So again, it seems like Katie is thinking here, right? And she shakes her head no. And again, I can't help but think about all the video and about what we talked about last night, that the neighbors were coming out publicly on Facebook and saying things like, I have video of Sebastian getting sprayed with the pressure washer. I have video of Chris Proudfoot calling him names. I have video of Chris Proudfoot telling Katie that, she better come over here and get Sebastian, but not so nice as I just said it. And, things of that nature. And then also they had proof, obviously, that they thought Sebastian was sleeping in the garage. So again, when they get asked a question like video footage, no wonder Chris Proudfoot has that stupid guilty look on his face. And then Katie, she's thinking of a way to
I know
spin
that
it.
it was very dark that night. I mean, it gets dark around here at night in general, but so far we haven't found him on any camera footage to prove where he's at or where he's gone. I know that they're looking, and I went asking everybody and anybody that has cameras, trail cams, stores, to check.
Okay. So she talks about the trail cam, she talks about the stores, but nobody got the footage from Worsham's. So I don't understand that. If she was calling for people to turn in camera footage, and so was law enforcement, why did Worsham's never turn that footage in? And furthermore, why didn't the neighbors turn the footage in, or did they? Because allegedly there was a Facebook group that people were uploading footage to. Allegedly, Seth said that people were showing Chris and Katie their camera footage, but he didn't get to see what they were showing them, and he wasn't, in the Facebook
Even
group.
from before he went missing, just to see if there's anything at all.
And don't forget, this was on March 4th. So they were being assessed with that FAST 2.0 assessment at that time. They were being, and this interview could have taken place on like the 3rd, and then aired. It just kind of depends, but it was put on YouTube um, on March 4th. So again, March 5th is when they completed the FAST 2.0 assessment. And then also, um, they're going on panels, right? They went on Duchess the night before, on March 3rd, and now here they are on the 4th. But from the March 1st through the 5th, they were being assessed. The whole family was getting, a full dossier done on them.
Farm in the
Except for Faith. I mean, I don't understand why Faith wasn't included in that. If she lives out of state, they still should have done that, because she's another child that is potentially going to be in the house, in my opinion.
And I understand there was a request for video, any sort of footage of Sebastian from earlier in the day, on Sunday, before he disappeared.
That I don't believe we can comment on right now.
Okay, he's about to say they're not privy to it, right? But you were privy to it. You were privy to it. You actually got to see the footage that was being turned in, allegedly, right? But when you're being asked about it, straight up, it's interesting that you don't take the opportunity to just be honest, and there is no taking the opportunity to be honest, in my opinion. Well, hello, all those unseen. So good to see you, and thank you so much for the flower. Oh, that's so great. Thank you. Crybaby said she looks like she ate contaminated lettuce. The lettuce from the... Oh no. Oh my goodness. She does. I mean, she definitely looks worried, right? Oh, we're not pervy, Holly. We're not pervy to that. It's like, what in the hell? I mean, I would imagine my PTSD, I don't see how they forget about little Faith. I get that she doesn't come, she's not a regular inhabitant of the house. I don't know how to say it right. She doesn't live there per se, and it's not like she lives there during the week and goes to see her mom on the weekends, or even vice versa, right? Just goes to their house on the weekends. I just think it's so strange. It's just so strange that they didn't take into account, like, talking to Nina about Faith, or maybe even interviewing Faith, because I mean, in that that FST or FAST 2.0, they say that it doesn't matter, how old the children are. The entire family unit gets assessed, and it says it includes all children and caregivers in the household, regardless of age. So maybe because she wasn't technically in the household, but still, you would think that they would still
That
talk
is not
with her.
something that I believe we're privy to at this point with law enforcement. That is something I would definitely direct back to them. But I mean, there's all kinds of requests out there. There's thousands of hours of video that they are combing, and we're just hoping they'll find something.
And I know this is so sensitive. What do you say to people who inevitably end up pointing their finger back at you? We were talking earlier, and I mean, are you both in the clear?
I can tell you.
Here we go. And do you see how Katie's shaking her head? Yes. She's telling Holly, and she's lying to her, that they're both in the clear, because she's shaking her head. Yes. Holly's saying, "Are you guys in the clear?" And she's going, "Yep, we are."
We were talking earlier, and I mean, are you both in the clear?
I can tell you that Mom, myself, and the father have worked very fully and cooperatively with all agencies across the board. We have anything that they've wanted, we have provided. So cooperation is there. I mean,
What do you want to say to our viewers? Anybody who's watching, we've got a lot of folks in this community and in other counties just throughout the state as well. What do you want to say to them?
Help spread the word and keep searching, and thank you. And
Well, and I've said it to my PTSD, so I'm glad you're thinking on the bright side of things, the silver lining, right? And I always said I think Katie is a pretty lady. I never thought that. I just think her actions are so ugly, and the way she treated Sebastian, and just the way that like when she gets that thing where it's like, oh well, I wouldn't wish this on you. Okay, well, I would hope not. I hope you don't wish negative things on anybody, Katie. I mean, come on. But yeah, no, I do agree. I think Katie's a very pretty lady. Um, you know, I just don't know about the inside. So yeah, and they don't have his picture either. That's a good point. Coffee, crime, and cats. They don't have his picture out. You would think that she would be showing people his picture and saying, "Hey, if you see my son," and especially when she's, because I will say I appreciate it, and I think it's going to be coming up here too soon, where she's like, "Hey, if you see Sebastian, say his name because if you say it, he'll look." I mean, that's any of us, right? So I think that was a very smart statement on her part. Um, so, no, he shouldn't ever be around kids. No, I agree with his big pig hands, putting his pig hands all over kids. No, no, I don't know. And I think that's a good point that you guys are raising about, Nina, and if she could possibly, sue for even letting, even having Faith be around them at all. You know, yeah, oh gosh, what a
um,
nightmare.
just if you think you see him, call him in.
thank all the viewers, everybody that's helped from across the board. I mean, everybody has been tremendous.
Call his name.
Yeah.
He'll answer, and if he doesn't answer, he'll look.
Well, yeah, because any of us would look. If I say Katie and if we're in a grocery store, say, and Katie's down the aisle and I say Katie, she's going to turn. Just like if she was to say, hey, Trish, I would turn because that's my name. And I know my name and it's been my name my whole life. Right? I mean, that's always what I've gone by. I've never gone, my name is Patricia, but I've never gone by anything besides Trish or Trisha. Um, so yeah, it's going to cause me to look, even if there's somebody else, and say there's a person whose also name is Trish in the aisle, they're going to turn around too, right? Because it's our name. So I think that's really smart, and I think that still rings true to this day. If you think you see Sebastian, say his name. If he turns around and looks, then it's probably Sebastian. Call 911 immediately. You know, so yeah, it's a good question. It's a good question. My PTSD, definitely. That look on Mr. Foot's face says, "What the hell is she going to say now?" Geez, I know. You could tell he's super nervous. He is super nervous. Um, no, and I very much appreciate that, my PTSD, because it just shows that you're a good person, and we could still look. We can not like what Katie's actions are, and still not hate her, right? I mean, she makes it very difficult. Um, I'll say that. But I mean, but no, I mean, again, if I'm doing a fair critique of this, I think that's a good idea to say someone's name if you think it's them, right? Call
Even
their
if he's
name.
not being verbal at the moment, because he can talk, but sometimes he don't talk.
Okay, so but then right as I'm giving her that compliment, or I guess you can call it a compliment, whatever, I'm just being honest. She says something like this, which reminds me of Javea Harris's case, where the mom was like saying something so, you know, drastic and then taking it back, right? Because when we think about autistic nonverbal, that's why people were like, well, does he need an assistive, a communication device that assists him in speaking and things like that? So it is confusing. But if you think about also, and this is maybe what she was meaning, Sebastian being scared and being out there, right? Which in my opinion, it's all BS. They know where he is. So it's all hypothetical. But if he is out there, he might not want to talk to people because he might be scared, and he might realize that that person's a stranger and I don't know that person, and that can cause any of us to kind of shut down and not want to communicate. Not that we're nonverbal at the moment, it's because we're shut down and we're not going to communicate because we don't know that person, and we don't know if they're friend or foe.
Call his name. Tell him to stay put.
And he could be on the move, so keep checking your properties.
Yes.
Yeah, but how is he on the move though, Holly? How is he on the move? He could be on the move, so keep checking your properties. But he didn't take anything with him. Now, if he had a backpack with water and snacks, right? I could be like, okay, well, maybe he could be on the move and making it out there for a little bit. But we're talking about March 4th. I mean, that's 8 days in. 9 days. So, I mean, at this point, and of course, I don't know what time this interview actually took place or anything, but at that point, I mean, how is he surviving on his own out there? Sebastian doesn't like to be dirty, so he's not going to be in the woods foraging, and he doesn't know how to hunt, to the best of my knowledge, right? I mean, it's not like he's cooking up squirrels out there and stuff, right? He's not freaking Davy Crockett. He's a 15-year-old boy with autism, a rare chromosome deletion that didn't take anything with him. And how far could he have gotten without shoes on? And at this point, guys, they had weather that week. So, I mean, he would have had to have made it, with no food or water in the elements. It just doesn't make sense.
The search is never over until he comes home.
I mean, and look at his face. He's like, yeah, the search is never over till he comes home. Shrug. Well, no big deal. Yeah, because they want us to believe he's a ninja or superhuman powers or something. It's like, no. He's a human boy. We have to, be logical here. Yeah, who would you think you could trust if you were Sebastian? Exactly, Cinderella. That's a great point. Absolutely no one. All that is unseen. Yeah. I mean, it's just so like, yeah. Just knowing what we know now, it just hits totally
So
different.
smart.
But thank you for everything that everybody has done, has volunteered, the continuous efforts. I mean, it's like I said, I've never seen something to this magnitude before.
Our community is amazing.
All right, your community is amazing, but yet you were telling everybody that you're tired of being harassed by everybody, and that you wouldn't wish this on any of them, in the same breath saying, thank you to the community, but yet you didn't go to the vigil that they had. Even in your small little neighborhood, they held a vigil. You didn't go. You didn't participate in any of the ones with churches. You didn't have one yourself. You avoided your community, is what you did, in my opinion.
We're all praying, hoping, and searching for Sebastian's safe return for that day. Thank you both for
Thank
talking
you.
with me.
All right. So I just kind of wanted to go over that and show that to you guys again. Just those couple parts about the CPS, because I just think that it's relevant to what we've been talking about.
Katie did tell me that even though Sebastian does have autism, he is a smart teenager. He is highly functional. They say if you see him, say his name, say Sebastian, and he'll respond. He'll at least acknowledge you. And I can tell you, this is my home. This is my community. And the people here are strong. They say they will continue to search. They will continue to hope and continue to pray for Sebastian's safe return. And by the way, you can watch my full exclusive interview with Sebastian's parents on our WSMV4 app. Live here in Hendersonville, Holly Thompson, WSMV.
Constant roller coaster ride of helpless and hopeless and many other emotions all in one, and it's a never-ending roller coaster. It doesn't stop.
All right. So, and in my opinion, this still rings true. It's dark, it's disturbing, it's corrupt, it's criminal. They're still out there doing God only knows what, you know? Yeah, I feel like it is. I feel like it is fake whimpering. I do. What is going on with Justin and Smiley? I don't know, Brenda. I did watch Smiley earlier, but I didn't get to watch her other part. I've been following her parts on this. I hope nothing bad. I like both of them a lot, so I hope nothing bad. Um, well, I know, I know. I mean, I pray for the best case scenario there too. My PTSD, and I think it's just important to to keep the faith and to look at every option because we just really don't know. And yeah, yeah, Detroit. Why is it hopeless? All of it, like I kind of get it, but it's as if they already knew. It's as if they already knew. Yeah, and I think we just have to keep our eyes open and keep the awareness up for him. So, um, yeah, he's not returning until he's brought back. I just don't see Sebastian materializing. It's like they want us to believe he evaporated and will materialize or reappear, and I don't like that either because that's well, it's just unrealistic and it's kind of pushes my buttons a little bit. Doesn't stop, but yet again, some other YouTube, he says you have to move on and live life. Exactly, Deborah Austin, or excuse me, Brenda Austin. Exactly. He does say that. And, I'm working on getting some of those statements together too, because there's been like some super bizarro ones where it's like, wait, what? Why would you even say something like that? It's so strange. I don't know, Brenda. I just don't know. We got two Brendas in here. I believe how full of crap they are, or I can't believe how full of crap they are, says Jen Jen. Don't they realize their lying is so obvious? They give themselves away every time. It's absurd, in my opinion. I agree. And I think they think they're doing good when they come out. Like Chris thinks he's doing good. Katie thinks she's doing good. Chris is watching like a hawk, like you guys were saying. He looks over at her like, "Oh God, what's she gonna say?" You know, um, that sort of thing. Diane Miller says if he walked out, he would have contacted his dad, Seth. I think so too. I think he would have contacted his dad. I do. And Seth still, to the best of my knowledge, has the same number and everything. So he knows to contact his dad. I mean, I think. Um, you know, and he was saying, I feel safe with my dad. He told her again. I still don't know why they never contacted him. Um, Hey, hello, the real sisters in crime, or our friend Trishy. So good to see you. It's okay, I know. There's just like so much to get through. Oh my gosh. And then, like I said, I'm trying to pull in these pieces, but It's like I can't keep up with it. So I was watching this earlier and I was like, oh, they do. I was making sure they talked about CPS because I remember them being asked about it. I just have to go back to Duchess's and see if the first interview, if she mentions it at all. I can't remember if they did. I remember she was really handling them with, what Chris would call kid gloves, big time, big time. There is no such thing as a perfect crime, Jen. Jen, you got it, girl. You are so spot on with your opinion there. It's my opinion too. And Katie and Chris made a lot of mistakes, and I believe the shoes were a big mistake. It was like an afterthought. It was an oh shit moment. It was, oh no, we messed up, right? And that's kind of why I think that Sebastian made it home. Um, all that is unseen says sorry. I think he went to Alaska or Canada with some people who headed out of the country right after his abduction, allegedly, in my opinion. And we're going to get into that too because I have some screenshots of that activity because I'm really trying to work up a better timeline based on what we have in the filings and then based on what was put out then, right? Because they can't really take back what was put out then, and there was a lot of people that saved that stuff and still have it, and they've been really helping me, and again, that's why I have to say, I couldn't do it without you guys because, you guys viewing, you guys liking or sharing, but also like so many people behind the scenes have helped me out with things like, oh, hey, did you see this? Or I don't know if you have this fresh. And most of the time I'm like, oh my God, no, I've been searching for it. I know it's here somewhere. And there it is. And so I greatly appreciate it because I can't keep up with all of it. And then going back, there's so many things that happened that, I never saw the Facebook posts that I shared last night. I heard about them. I heard them through the grapevine. Again, Brooks from Crime Lines and Lies did have the neighbors come and talk with her on a panel, but people were saying, oh, that wasn't true, this and that. And I was like, well, I think there's some truth to it. And especially if I would have kind of known about those Facebook posts, I would have been side eyeing more because they match up. That's the only thing I can go off of is if things are matching and kind of fitting together. So I think he would have contacted Seth for sure. But it just kind of scares me because sometimes these if somebody has you and they're holding you captive, they're definitely trying to brainwash you. And that's a whole nother element that's really scary to this. And I remember, and I know I bring this case up a lot, or I have in the past, but Steven Stainer, the guy who took him, um, he was telling him, well, first of all, he drew out of him his vulnerability, right? Like Steven was in trouble with his parents because he wrote his name on the garage door, right? And his father was really upset with him and he was in trouble, right? So when that guy that took him found out that he was in trouble, he used that as leverage and he used it against him. And again, these crazies, these disgusting and horrible people do that, right? They look for what your vulnerabilities are, whether you share them with them or whether they've heard about them before, and they exploit them. And they use it as ammunition later on. And, it's something that you wouldn't expect somebody to do. You expect somebody that knows something about you like that to respect it and to not exploit it. But they do the opposite and they totally exploit it. And so I think about that sometimes where Katie and Chris saying, "You're not in trouble, you're not in trouble." But what if somebody's telling Sebastian you are in trouble and your parents don't care? And if you're told something so many times, that's brainwashing, and even the most strong-minded people can have their doubts about it. So, um, and CP runs his mouth so much he gives himself away. He does. He does. Oh, absolutely. Yeah, you mean you weren't fooled by the rocking back and forth? And the winner is exactly, crybaby, exactly. Definitely not a mention of CPS during Duchess. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Trishy, because I was gonna go back and listen again because I didn't think so, but I was like, I might have missed it, or I might have not remembered. Now I know the March 17th one, people were grilling them. They were grilling them about, they were grilling them about CPS. They were grilling them about the polygraphs. They were grilling them about the way that Chris Proudfoot talked to Seth's mother. I mean, they were just, everybody was on to them at that point, and they were not having it. And they weren't taking no for an answer or yes for an answer because, Chris Proudfoot was like, yes, we passed the polygraphs. Yes, it passed them with the flying colors and whatnot. Um, so yeah, Brenda, he can go where he wants. He's just nice and gives people some of the people the benefit of the doubt. That's well said, Bo. And I get that. Um, I mean, I think my thing too is that, you know, with with me putting the picture out, um, there's no amount of times that I can tell them, my side of the story. Um, and they're gonna take it. So I do find it funny. I do find that part funny because that's the whole reason they hate my guts, right? Is because I did the coloration on the picture and I put filters with the picture and tried to make it so we could tell, what was in the picture. And more so for me, what elements of that picture stayed the same and what changed, right? If anything. And that was my main experiment with that. But that screenshot came from Justin's live. So, which I think they did incredible work with that. So, um, yeah, saving stuff along the way in an organized way would be helpful. Yeah, very helpful. And, I just want to go back to the beginning now and create a better timeline of events than I had to begin with. Um, on that because maybe there's just something that we've been missing all along. And we've seen them so many times, and I know it can be repetitive. Yeah, they're so quick to debunk, and now look where we are. Exactly, Holly. So well said. So well said. Yeah, a lady did that too when I think 3 was awful. Yes, and grooming is the real sisters the real sisters in crime, right? They That grooming is to make them think that nobody else cares about them except for the, perpetrator or person who has them, abducted. It's a very common tactic, manipulation, um, alienation, isolation, so I mean, all that is unseen. I don't even know if they've taken a polygraph because I remember nobody else was given a polygraph or nobody was even. And really, I mean, what would a polygraph do when they had all of that information already at their fingertips, right? I mean, they were involved in the Proudfoot household, so they're well aware of who they're dealing with, right? They don't need to. I mean, the fact that they did that assessment after Sebastian went missing is odd to me because I mean they should already know who they're dealing with, right? Because they already did an assessment not too long ago on the house. I mean, obviously things have gotten worse since then, or they wouldn't be reassessing. and there's a missing child, and that child's been missing since February 26th. They were reported, Sebastian's reported. So, and people will look and ask where he got the bruises, and they can see them with their own eyeballs, in my opinion. Oh, yes, Jen. And, I need to get all those pictures together to show everybody too, because there's a lot of pictures. And, one of the ones that really stands out to me is the picture of Sebastian in his eighth grade photo. I believe it was his eighth grade photo. And they showed it on Chronicles of Olivia. We can't tell if that's really chocolate milk on his face, but I also see that maybe he looks like he might have been caught in the eye, right? Like a bit of a shiner on his eye. Um, so that's right, criminal case, and nobody's been cleared. Detroit says, why would you leave your house and get rid of all of Sebastian's things if you didn't know where he was or possibly being found? Red flags everywhere, in my opinion. Yeah, I agree with that, Detroit. And that's the thing, those are the things that bother me the most, right? If we were to add up all of those things, I would say, how can they say there's no indication of foul play or even any kind of evidence, right? Like circumstantial or otherwise. Um, it's really it's really something that I worry about, but then there's other things that point towards, I think Sebastian's definitely alive out there, and a lot of this has been, out feigned outrage or just narcissistic rage, right? Because narcissists love to rage. They're always raging. And it doesn't take much, right? They have a very short fuse. So, yeah, definitely. Red flags from day one. Red flags from day one. The FBI put out the $50,000 reward about the 6 month mark. Let me take a look and see, because I know I was recently talking. Let's see. Hold on. Let's see, because I know we were talking about it, because I'm also working with someone else on the timeline. And I was like, well, because also I want to know when Chris went to go get his camper. Because if they're doing that family assessment, March 1st through 5th, then why are they letting him leave? Or did they strategically let him leave so they can get him the hell out of Dodge and they could have Katie for themselves for a minute there? You know? Because I know on March 23rd they left for Yogi Bear. Um, let's see. Hmm. Okay, official FBI reward. Do we have a date on this one? Oh, okay, that was just the official flyer, and I did put that in there. Um, yeah, and I have the one of Costco on Saturday, but I don't have an exact date. I was watching Lore Lodge though also, and he's like, I'm not going to say that I was completely the one responsible, but when he put his information together and got it to the FBI, after that was sent in, is when they came out with the $50,000 reward, and he did state that. So I'll have to find that exact date. All that is unseen, but I know it was around the 6 month mark, and the case was heating up again. And we've seen Sebastian's case kind of, get warm and then get hot again. I've never thought it was cold, and that's probably because of all of you fine people, um, as well. Having the interest, showing interest in the case, because that's what keeps it hot, right? If nobody cares anymore, then that's when we see cold cases or when people move on to something else. Um, so there's a couple loving their freedom enough to get rid of stuff, in my opinion. Right, exactly. Well, and the fact that they were going, during the vigil to go Harley shopping and then pretending like they weren't, you know, exactly, Janet. That's right. I really pray he's hidden somewhere alive and back to Seth. Yes. Well, and when Katie makes a comment like she does about maybe Sebastian's in a basement, or maybe he's been trafficked, or maybe, those types of things, or, dark web, those types of things make me wonder, why Katie would say something like that, and also why the police never followed up on that. Because, I mean, she's basically giving you a lead, in my opinion. Like, who says that about their missing child unless they think that that's a possibility? And that's what Heather was asking. She's like, I'm here to help. What do you think? So they are all going to lose their qualified immunity for their deliberate indifference to Sebastian's situation, in my opinion. Jen, you got it. And I think that's so important. Aw, thank you guys so much for hitting the like button. That so helps out so much. Yeah, I'm praying with you guys too. And Trishy, thank you. Because, yeah, I mean, it's just unbelievable what Sebastian has had to go through. I'm also looking too, because I know they were coming out and saying things in the beginning like, well, we don't want to put Sebastian's picture out there because he's got a goofy smile or something. And I remember that being said. So I also need to look and listen through. I hate that. I hate that that was ever said. Um, but again, everything that has been said, I think needs to be taken into consideration. All things considered with what we've been going over. Um, yeah, I remember that Lore Lodge episode vaguely, though, around that time. Yes. Yeah, or thought around that time. Yes, because you just jogged my memory too, all this unseen, because, I'm like, Aiden, you probably did, put together a very, um, you know, concise report. It sounded like he did his research, right? And then getting that all over to them. I think it definitely gave the case a boost, right? Um, I mean, it's hard for any of us to keep up with all the things that were said and everywhere that they were going, So that's what's hard. That's what's really really hard about this, right? So even you know, picture FBI agents who don't watch true crime, on YouTube. And I think that's exactly why they decided to do that kind of stuff and go on these channels and do what they did. They were creating a lot of crap. And for people who didn't want people to harass them or bother them, they certainly asked for it, you know? Alicia Hot Wheels, good to see you. The FBI reward was announced on the 6-month day when BHB was having the 6-month gathering of voices. Okay, yes. Oh, okay, yes. And I have that clip. I have that clip of her in front of the courthouse. Okay. Well, thank you for that, because I knew it was the 6 month, but I didn't know if it was like to the day. So thank you. That's an odd thing to say. He could be in a basement. So unusual. I agree. All that is unseen. And another thing that's really unusual is there's not a whole lot of like homes with basements around that area, is what I've heard. Now, I mean, I could be wrong, or whoever told me could be wrong, but I mean, I had a reliable source tell me that. Um, so now it was also said that Melissa's husband like builds bunkers and, like cellars and things like that. Um, so that could be maybe where the basement thing came from too, which is a scary thought. Again, they could be holding and hiding him somewhere, like the Foot Clan, that is. So I can't ever discount that either. I mean, and as crazy as it sounds when I say it out loud, um, crazier things have happened in this case, right? Like, I never thought that we would be sitting here and being like, oh, okay, well, Katie was like not concerned with Chris Proudfoot putting hands on her son because she's always so adamant, right? She's like, no, he did not hit my son with a bell, and she's so indignant and gets so bent out of shape. But that's because they're lying. They don't want the truth to come out, so it does make sense actually. Um, but on the surface, we would think like, what mom would do that? What mom would allow for that? Why would she, why is she, she's mad because people are accusing her on the surface. But now that we know what's true, it looks a little different. So I think she needs to be investigated alone. And I mean, if she has a lawyer with her, then so be it. But they should have done it in the very beginning. But now again, like I said, I want you guys to keep in mind, we know why. Because they had already been investigating that family since September of 22. And then fast forward to February of 24. Well, that's why. You know, I've thought that too. I've thought about that too. All that is unseen. I think she's possibly neurodivergent herself. She just has the weirdest sense of etiquette. Well, and I think it's odd that she blames Sebastian, but I think a lot of that also, and I just say this because of how much I talk about studying Sebastian's case, but I mean because I've listened to things and all taking everything into consideration. Um, you know, sh it just seems like Chris and his family would say horrible things about Sebastian, and instead of sticking up for him, Katie would just say, "Yeah, he does have a weird smile. He does this. He doesn't know how to, you know, uh, match people's energy. He doesn't. He's socially awkward, and then Chris saying, "Well, he's right there up in your face all the time," and stuff like that. And it's like, but is that really the biggest deal in the world? Like, he should, first of all, he should never get in trouble for that. I know people who are not on the spectrum that are close talkers that, are just excited people, and they do get too close, right? Like, some people are just also touchy feely, right? Where they're huggers and that sort of thing. So that doesn't always mean that there's a big issue or anything. It's just a personality thing. Um, Detroit says, I was shocked to hear Melissa's husband builds bunkers after that basement comment and KP, or excuse me, the basement comment and CP talking about hiding a body in concrete. Right, exactly. Well, and some of those are reinforced by concrete, so that's a good point. That's a good point. And anytime that they're so worried about anything that's said, I think it's a big red flag too. Like, maybe we should look more into things like that. Because again, why were they so upset about the flashlight video? Why were they so upset about Mob Crew, analyzing it? Why were they upset about the picture that I put out? Why are they so upset about these things? And they're still talking about it to this day. And so that just tells me that, we're probably on the right track. Um, Kate slipped up the basement. Kate, where is the basement? And I'd love to know. And Janet, I just wish we would maybe be able to narrow it down to a few different places that we could send over to the FBI and be like, you might check these. You might check these because, I don't know how fast homes are selling in Sumner County or how many are needing to be sold. Like, I mean, typically when people sell their house, there's a few reasons they're selling, right? Some people are living out of state already and they have their house on the market trying to get it sold, and you know, they're not living there. The realtor has full access and they do the showing, and the homeowner isn't around at all. They're not going to come for a pop-in visit. They live in a totally different area. So it's always been something where I wish we could narrow that down. As soon as she said that, the first thing I thought of was Cruella and her job, right? Because again, being a realtor myself, um, I know how it works. So it definitely, well, right when I found out that she was a realtor, it raised my eyebrows. I mean, I was like, wait a minute, what? His mom's a realtor? Did I mean, what kind of properties does she sell? Does she sell like, because some people like literally just handle estates. Some people only sell land. Some people, there's a lot of different things that can come into play with that. Um, I don't remember hearing about bunkers, but I didn't like all of the ugly stuff that started to happen when people were on her side. I just don't get it. Yeah. Well, I never knew that until quite recently myself, all that is unseen. Um, but I definitely think it's something to think about, you know? So I think Katie's very awkward in public too, Janet. Hello, Tully. Tully's here. I'm a cupcake too. Says I heard somewhere that the B Sox owns a funeral home. Has anyone been able to verify? So okay, that was being said at the beginning. I do remember that. And according to Chris, he was like, no, we don't. We don't own a funeral home or anything like that. Um, and he was pretty adamant about it. But I've never seen anything to confirm, and the only one that's denied is Chris. Um, but he was like really bent out of shape. He was like, "Oh my gosh, we're not rich, and we don't have our own plane, and we don't have a funeral home. We don't." He was like really, Mr. Pissy Pants, about it, and it's like it's so hard to tell. Um, but again, I think we got a good baseline off of him when it came to Jules, the dog handler, and what he was talking to her about when he's describing his interaction, Katie's boss and coworkers interaction, I should say, with Heather, the private investigator, when she showed up she showed up the first day, and he recounted all of those events in order in a very concise timeline and an accurate one too. Like it all matched and fit together. And then he was um, recounting what happened and recalling the events of when she actually showed up and Katie was there and it was her boss and they were upgrading the camera systems. So, that's my baseline for Chris Proudfoot because I've never been able to actually get a proper one for him. Now, for Katie, it's a little bit harder, but she has said some things that I've been able to even verify, like with Seth. Like Seth has come in and said, "Yeah, lady, well, that's true." Right? Because I'd say, "Well, I kind of think this is weird." And there was a couple like instances. Well, I used to like roll my eyes about the mustache comment and stuff, and then Seth is like, "No, she's being true," you know. And so I appreciate that because I would rather not side eye something unless I have to, right? And I'd rather know than not know. Um, so I kind of have a decent baseline on Katie. What I can't ever for the life of me understand is why she allowed for any of this to continue on and on like this, right? Like again, even from when he's wanting to move in with her and get rid of the cat situation and all of that. Um, so I don't know. I could see let's see. because I haven't looked up in a while. 6Q27. All right, so let's see. Is all right. Okay, so it's most often not inherited. Um, Sebastian's chrome because it's super duper rare. So I wanted to say no, but I didn't want to misspeak. Um, so and that's a great question. And we've never really dove into, that, but it says in the majority of cases the deletion is de novo or spontaneous event that occurs during the formation of reproductive cells, egg or sperm, or very early in fetal development. This means the affected individual is born with the deletion and neither parent has it, and the recurrence risk for future siblings is generally low. Now, there are times when it can be inherited, and while rare, it says the deletion can be inherited in two main ways. One would be from a mildly affected parent who carries the deletion but has milder symptoms or no obvious signs, right? So you would have to be a carrier of that deletion, which obviously that would mean that it's inherited somewhere down the line. And then the other way would be from a parent with a balanced chromosome rearrangement, such as translocation or inversion, involving chromosome 6. In these cases, the parent's chromosomes are actually structured normally in terms of gene content, but may pass on an unbalanced form to the child, leading to the deletion. Key points: not passed from either parent, rare cases inherited from mildly affected parent or from a parent with balanced rearrangement. Uh, Genetic counseling is recommended for families to assess recurrence risks and consider testing for balanced rearrangements in parents. And I mean, I think that would be a good idea, just to see. But in summary, the deletion syndrome is usually not inherited, but in rare instances can be passed from a parent who carries the deletion or has balanced chromosome change. So, yeah, I think that's a great question. So, and they just didn't know a whole lot about it either when Sebastian was diagnosed. I want to say Seth said like 6 to 10 cases were known. Um, so the concrete comment is very, very concerning in my opinion. I'm a cupcake too says like running quote running back. Yes. Yeah, concrete did. And people were wondering about his job site. I know that. You know. Detroit says Melissa was so cruel to him and she was more than happy to participate in taking Nina's baby, and her saying to run her over. I wouldn't put it past her participation in getting rid of Sebastian, in my opinion. I would agree, right? Because they were so cruel. I agree. That part scares me. It really does. It really, really does. Or the fact of them, maybe even look, she was getting off on, she was having a fucking trollgasm. Melissa was, making fun of Sebastian on his birthday, and him telling her, stop, you know, the kind where sheriffs can afford $1 million home, right? That's another thing that we really need to deep dive into, you know? Yeah. And maybe Chris never did own. Yeah. Corruption in South Africa, politicians, police, so much corruption going on. all rich, yet the civilians are suffering. Exactly, Janet. That, I mean, we definitely see that here in America too. Um, but I've also watched documentaries and did some research, and even our friend Tony Fire too sent me some interesting information on that. You know, some of the corruption in South Africa, and you know, it's just not right. That's Craddock's payoff. He now has to get rid of to defend himself, in my opinion. Yeah, we'll see how that all um, transpires because, yeah, November is when both of the cases are supposed to be seen. For they're going to be having a conference at least, not a hearing or the trial or anything yet, but the conferences. And I do remember the funeral home getting mentioned. So thank you, Detroit. Yeah, absolutely. I appreciate the question too because it is so rare that um we don't hear a whole lot about it. So it is a new build, Detroit. It is. Yeah. Yep, Bauer, Sox and Craddock in real estate. And my video that I did on Sheriff Craddock, I mean, he was friends with a lot of realtors, a lot of brokers, auctioneers, and I found that to be very odd. Right? I'm not saying that I've never sold a house, to a police officer, right? Or had a police officer want to sell their home. I mean, that's not uncommon or unheard of. But for for them to have so many connections like that was odd. I found that to be very, very odd. I am not sure, but I'm going to be looking into that to Detroit, who built his house, if so. Um, Now, I know that Danny Guy doesn't actually own second generation construction, to the best of my knowledge. I'll have to show you guys that research too, because I was getting some help with that as well. Um, but yeah, I mean, it's something to think about. It's something to consider, and also, kind of deep dive into some research on it. Just to have the conversation, because obviously, Sheriff Craddock is being sued in his individual capacity, so it's something that we should, definitely look into and see where we can find more connections. um I want to say it's been a couple years in the making. I know it wasn't just like a quick, because I'm pretty sure it's a custom build. Um, but Detroit's asking, do you know when they started building his house? I'm gonna have to look into that more. Because again, I think it's important because of the lawsuit. It's another. Well, it's just another big piece to the lawsuit because again, you know, if he's being sued in his capacity. Well, and it's always been strange to me. Now, of course, his wife makes her own money and good money at that. I'd imagine with her position. Um, but especially in a smaller town like that, and then he was also asking for a raise. Um, it just makes you wonder how he could afford it. Um, I think it's already done, Jen. I do. I think it is already done. Yeah. The state's website sucks, in my opinion. It does. It does. I agree. I agree. I know nothing of this house stuff. I've been working lots lately and just must have missed a lot. Well, we haven't really talked about it a whole lot here. Again, I found the connections with the real estate stuff. I found it weird. I know people were talking about the house being like $1 million home. Now, is that how much he paid to build it? No, maybe not. Um, is that what it's it's worth. That's what I've heard. But again, without doing research on it, because look, a lot of people are good at saving too, and I have to consider that. Um, and then also he might have a good line of credit too, because again, when if he and his wife are both on, the mortgage and the loan and everything, they could have finagled something, but I know that there is big time corruption in real estate there. I mean, that's one thing, um, that there's been, direct connections with. And when we were talking about Millersville and all of that, that was a big part of what they were investigating as well. Um, would have taken a few hours at least. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Right. Yeah. Well, in Gen they had like a GoFundMe out there for Crabtree too, and then I wasn't understanding that either. Because I'm like, if you're able to afford all of this other stuff, like, to me, I wouldn't, if I had assets, I wouldn't be starting a GoFundMe, right? Like, I wouldn't expect you guys to raise money for me when I have assets that I could sell to make up the difference, right? So to speak. But then again, I'm not these people. They're not me, you know. But I always did find that odd because I'm like, if you're struggling and you have a family to feed, then you sell that big nice truck, right? You sell your boat, you sell your equipment, right? You get a job. I mean, there's just things that you do. You don't go out, seeing if, you know. I mean, to me, it's too stressful and it's a huge risk, right? That's just the way I look at it. I'm like, you know, what if people don't decide to help, and then here I am, So, for me, I never really added up. Like, oh God, he just needs all this help. Well, but he's got things that he can make it work, right? It's not like he's completely broke or anything. But that, although that's the way they made it sound, um, poor pitiful Crabtree needs money and get a GoFundMe going. And I don't know. I just never agree with that with anybody doing it. It's not just Crabtree. It's anybody. Um, Crabtree, Melissa, Danny, Bowersock, CP, KP, Laura, yeah, Lori, yes, Melissa. All the same names come up. Well, and they were all allegedly together. I mean, not Crabtree, maybe minus Crabtree, right? I don't have any proof of that, but allegedly. All that is unseen says I knew a janitor who was a millionaire back when that was big money. Yeah, see, and like some people know how to take what they have and invest money. Like, so you could be smart with your money and maybe not have a job that would match up with it, but and a lot of people make good money off of like Bitcoin and stuff too. Some people make money off stocks. Some people, I mean, we don't know. He could have a trust fund, So those are the things that I would want to look into before I start, because I think that you're raising a really good point, and some people are just really good at investing, and especially if he's got broker friends that are brokers. I mean, we just don't know what all he's into, but he's definitely well connected in the real estate industry, in my opinion. Yeah, sell them toys, Cinderella. That's what I would do first, right? Like, I mean, if I really, really needed help, I would ask for help. I mean, because I don't think there's any shame in that. But if I had like a boat and a really nice truck, and then you guys were like, it was like, starting to go fund me, and like I would wait until I sold those things, and because I mean, you don't need a big old truck and stuff like that. I mean, do they like it? Yeah, it's a toy. Of course, every guy likes a big old truck. But it's needs versus wants, and beggars can't be choosers. So, and you can't have, what is it? You can't have champagne taste with the beer pocketbook. So there's that to consider. So um, I think, well, Crabtree has got a boat because he was going out and looking for Sebastian and stuff on the boat. I know he was doing that, you know. Follow the power and the money. Money is not the root of all evil. The love of money is. Ooh, that's a good point, Janet. That is a really good point. And that's why we got to follow that money. And that's another thing that I've been talking about too a lot with the fact that like CPS doesn't care. Like, as people were saying, hey, lady, what about the fact um, that they have kids sleeping in the CPS offices? And I'm like, because they don't care where they're sleeping. They're literally making the same amount of money on them whether they have a good place for them to live or not. You know, so it's really scary. And I believe that too, Janet. And that's what drives them, right? That's exactly what drives them. Oh, thank you guys so much. Oh, you guys are awesome. I got to get my parties and stuff going for you guys because you guys are just the best. So, and thank you so much. Aw, that's so great. And I still have our little ladybird party that we were doing with with the Steel Magnolias party. I like that one, but I'll have to make you guys another one too. Um, yeah, and you could be really, really smart about money. Yeah, some people are super smart with money, and some people are just misers and penny pinchers too. And that's how they stay, they stay rich. Like most rich people don't just give their money away, right? They're like very very misery with their money too. So, and inheritances, yes, good point. Coffee, crime, and cats. So I think that would be a fair, fair to assess all of it. But I mean, the connection with the real estate corruption and things like that is definitely there too. Um, yes, yes, I know. I'm with you right there too. Well, and some of the things that were being said and done, I was just like, eh. Plus, I'm not a fan of SF. I heard that he got kicked out of the Celeste Rivas courtroom when they were, you know, conducting court, and I heard he was kicked out, and I was like, well, he probably deserved it. So I think he should too. My PTSD. I think if Crabtree knows something, it would be smart of him to speak to the FBI. I mean, the same goes because I heard that Granny's watching was saying something too about how she knows all this and woe is me. It's like, well, then your butt needs to be talking to the FBI. No, yeah, the spirit box. I can't, and I'm not gonna say that spirit boxes are a thing. I mean, I don't know. I've not tried it, but you know, yeah, I just thought it was funny too because when Josh would do it, it would make me laugh. And I need a newer truck, and I really want a pontoon boat. Me too, right? I'm telling you, if you go to the Florida Keys, you can't like experience it without having a boat. So I would definitely like one, but um, I don't know. The ocean's pretty intimidating though. So I'm so used to like lakes, and so I'm like, oh boy. But it'd be cool to have a sailboat or something. Um, Nobody's going to talk for 50K, in my opinion, only the severely destitute. Well, and I think that's a great point. And also, if it's an inside job and a family job, like we're kind of thinking it is, the Foot Clan's involved, none of them are going to roll on each other. Now, the more people that are involved, though, and as we're seeing, there was knowledge. The more that have guilty knowledge, the more, in my opinion, that someone is going to decide to roll. But they're not going to get that 50K. They're gonna get some bracelets and some orange. So no, Crabtree had the GoFundMe. They had a GoFundMe for Crabtree. So I was just saying that I'm surprised he didn't you know sell his assets instead of doing the GoFund type thing. Um, Yeah, well, and you're so right about that. My PTSD. I don't think it's crazy if you give money to someone. It should be up to the person how they use it. Yeah, don't donate if you want to still control it. Well, because you can. I mean, that's enough to drive somebody nuts. I agree with you 100%. And plus, if I help somebody out or like whatever, I don't even think about it. Like I'm just like, because I mean, obviously, I mean, I'm not giving anybody large sums or anything. I wish I could. There'd be, that would be cool if I could just be like, hey, here you go, and make somebody's day. You know what I mean? Like, hey, here's your rent for the month. Don't worry about it, type of a thing. Would be nice to help somebody out, and especially somebody with kids. That's another thing. Um, but yeah, no, I'm with you. I mean, and it's just like when Proudfoot made such a big deal out of Seth and the GoFundMe and stuff like that. I just kept thinking to myself, like, so what? Like, there's so many families out there that do GoFundMe's because their children have gone missing or they need the extra help or somebody has a medical expense and stuff like that. And nobody ever says anything about it. And so I just think it's kind of icky that people would, in my opinion. Thank you, all that is unseen, for the jewels. Aw, that's so cool. I love that so much when I'm in chat and I see those, but I wish I could put them up on the screen. Crabtree could be an accomplice and not even know it. Well, and I mean that's the thing too. A lot of these statements that have been made to other creators, and we know that Chris has gone out there. And who was I listening to? And somebody was talking about if you think that Chris Proudfoot hasn't been recorded without his knowledge by people that he trusts, he's crazy. And I would have to say that's true. um Now some states like Florida, you cannot record somebody without their knowledge, not unless you want to be like in federal prison for the wiretapping laws. And it's like very serious here. We cannot do that. But like living in Missouri, it's a one party state. So if I was recording people in Missouri, I would be fully within my rights to do so. And it's fully legal for me to like, say Jen and I are having a conversation and I decided to record it without her knowledge. If I'm in Missouri, I could do that. If I'm in Florida, my ass could be in federal prison for it. There's a big difference, right? But then also, if you have somebody else that lives in a one party state, it's there's a difference. So, you know, I think that it should be legal. I mean, if you're doing dirt and you're saying it, um, you know, in my opinion, if somebody records you and gets it over to the police, that's a good thing. If you're doing dirt. So, annuity, the best investment my attorney had me purchase. Yes. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Annuities are great. Annuities are great. Um, and and investments are really really good. I wish I would have gotten into that earlier myself. Um, yeah, Crabtree and CP. Yep. PI Fisher. Yeah. And we absolutely know that Steve Fisher has had UA Crimson on these streets, being very vocal for him, in my opinion. So, I'm a cupcake too, says spill the tea. My PTSD says I want a Camaro. I'm right by Lake Erie and it's a vicious body of water. Oh, yes. Coffee, crime, and cats. Oh, yeah. That's how Lake Michigan is. I mean, it could feel like an ocean. So, I talk for 50 grand right now. This is my PTSD. I gotta pay my cell bill tomorrow, right? Exactly. Well, and that's the thing. I mean, 50K would be a big life changer for me, but I just don't even know if I don't know. Like if I had information that led to finding one of the missing kids, I would probably just have the FBI transfer it to the next kid that needed it. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I don't know if I'd even feel right taking it. Um, but I totally know what you mean because it would be so tempting because it'd be life changing. I think $5,000 would probably be life changing. I mean, it would just help out a hell of a lot now, wouldn't it? Um, Money cannot buy love, but help each other and love all God is love. That's right. Yeah, Janet. And I mean, it's just necessary. We need it. We need money. And, that's what's hard is because, Lake Pend, Oriel. Ooh, that sounds like a pretty lake. Didn't his wife leave him? I don't think so, Jen. I think they're still together. I think they're still together. So, yes, yes, you get a car and you get a car. Exactly. Okay, so Massachusetts is the same way. Yeah, yeah. See, I mean, and you just like, I mean, it's super serious. Well, because another reason I looked into it was because a lot of times when I talk to people too, I want to make sure I'm getting it and I do write notes. But I was thinking, should I make like a disclaimer that says, hey, if we talk, I'm going to record it just, for future reference. But I always try to be like very transparent with the boundaries and stuff like that. Like, hey, what's on the record or off the record. If there's something that somebody wants to share with me, um you know let me know that you don't want me to put it in a video or talk about it on a live, because I know there's certain things. I mean, we all have those certain things where we will tell somebody in confidence, and I try to be very strict with that. Like if somebody says, hey, don't say this, keep this between us, I tried really hard to adhere to that. Um, because I mean, obviously, I would want somebody, if I said, hey, don't say anything, I'd want them to do that too. So, and the next CP said Seth went and got a GoFundMe. So, what Seth wanted help. Seth is not rich like the Bauer Sox and Craddock. Well, and I mean, I just think it's like if you're going to take work off, I mean, how are you to pay the bills? The bills don't stop, you know? So, good night, Bo. I'm right behind you. Oh, hey, Tori. Oh, hey, Tori. Thank you so much for the jewels. That's so awesome. Aw, I love those. That's so cool. I hadn't heard that, but I wouldn't be surprised. Yeah, I mean, nothing would surprise me at this point. That's why I'm like so open minded. Yeah, my PTSD says I'm in a one party state. I don't record people I like. I did record CPS or CPs as commenting wrong, but it was in my favor. But they didn't know I actually did it. I didn't either. Well, I mean, here's the thing. If you don't trust somebody, or if you feel like it's necessary, like sometimes people need to hear it for themselves, how they themselves sound. You know what I mean? I don't know if I said that 100% right, but I mean, sometimes it's like a matter of like keeping your own sanity, because some people will just lie and lie and lie, and you're like, no, you did say this right here, you know so I mean, I totally get it. um so he he's a weirdo in my opinion. I don't know if he's you know a PDF, but or Chester, but I don't. Yeah, I don't know. I just don't like the looks of that guy. He's so weird, you know. So that seems like a strange law with all the traffic cameras, and just cell phones in general. It's like an oxymoron. That's true. Stores have cameras in Florida or not? Yes, we do. Every store here has cameras, banks too. Right. That's so true. Well, and I mean, again, there's been so many times, like, this is what I think of too, is like, there's been so many times where I've been watching like a true crime case or something, and that's how they get people, is that somebody's wearing a wire, they're bugged, and, you know, that's how, they get somebody comfortable, and then they spill the beans on stuff, and then it's like, well, now we got them, right? Like, that's the proof that you need. And so that's where I can see where it would be beneficial. I mean, you don't want to be sneaky and hurt people, because it is a crappy situation when people do that. I mean, if especially if you're, in a vulnerable situation. But if you think somebody took someone's life and that they're like super guilty, then I mean, I don't know, because like I remember this girl. It was a guy that had taken his ex-wife's life, and he had almost got away with it. But then he had spilled the beans when he was having a couple cocktails one night. And the girl was like, "Oh my God, I can't believe he told me that he actually took his wife's life." Right. And then she ended up um, contacting the police. And then they had her wear a wire, and he admitted to it again. So in that case, and I mean, I don't know, maybe law enforcement would allow for it if they're involved in Florida. I don't see why not. I mean, again, if it was like in a crime situation, then yeah. So I don't know, but oh, is it? Detroit says the St. Clair River and Detroit River are pretty choppy and scary. I stay home when they go out there. Detroit, I don't blame you. you know, so, well, guys, I better hop off of here so I can get, well, yeah, Jen, they're over there talking. Jen says that's what the drunks do, in my opinion. They're over there saying a little bit too much. They have a little bit of truth serum there. And yeah, I mean, that in that case, well, and it reminds me of that case out of Canada, those two girls. They were young girls and they ended up taking their mom's life. And then they were going out partying really heavily. And then they were like bragging about what they did to their mom, when they were at these parties and stuff. So, I mean, in that case, if you just, click your cell phone on and start recording, I mean, yeah, because I wouldn't want to live with myself if I knew somebody unalive their mom. And yeah, I don't know. It would be tough. So, but yeah, some states are super strict. Some are, you know, some will allow for it. But it just depends. So, oh, that's so fun. Oh, fun. Coffee, crime, and cats. I hope you have a blast. I've never been to Cedar Point. Um, but I've seen it on, you know, like Travel Channel and stuff like that. That sounds like fun. So, yeah, true crime where a son killed his dad or mom, drugs involved, so sad. Yeah, it is really sad. And I mean, if I had knowledge of that, I mean, I would want to catch that person. I'd wear a wire. That sounds terrible, doesn't it? But I mean, if you wanted to catch them, or if you think they're lying and they're never gonna admit to it, I mean, it's a way to do it. So, um, yeah. Well, I mean, and even in the Johnny Depp and Amber Heard trial, that was a big deal. Like, um, you know, so it helps. It helps to get that confession. I mean, now whether it'll hold up in court or not is a different thing, um but yeah, everybody get some sleep, and I hope you guys all have a great day, a great happy Monday. I know I need to get some day shows out to the day crew because I know I've been bad about that, but also I do have a good phone call coming in tomorrow, so I do want to take that. And yeah, we'll see how things go. I know the day shows are like hit or miss, and I feel so bad because I know I'm always like, I'm gonna do a day show, and then something comes up. But we'll try to shoot for one. So hey, Shih Tzu mom. So we'll try to shoot for a couple this week coming up. Um, and of course, keep saying our prayers for Seth and Sebastian. I just hope that we can find him. I hope this leads to finding him, a new investigation, just all the things. So, good night, Trishy. Good night, Trishy. And thank you so much for being here. You guys are awesome. And I will see you guys all next time.